Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunakaa kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako.
Nasikia watu wanasema baba ametusaliti. Between baba kutusaliti na sisi kusaliti baba, nani amesaliti mwingine?
Inapeangwa, it mostly goes to foreign ministries. So Baba is overqualified for that position.
To build this railways for Africa. So now he's thinking about tumemkataa kama baba wetu.
Unaweza kuwa kuna mtoto ulizaa, ukapatia nchi, ikuwa inamfanya vile inataka.
Uhuru has been working very hard. Ruto akaenda huko na nguvu. Ruto was never invited in the inauguration.
Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candid Talk.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development.
Tukutane Sound Candid Talk.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, 2 yako na 5 yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi mna.
Kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for choosing to be part and parcel of Sound Candid Talk Open Forum Political Discussion Show. This is one show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, today was the day we were laying to rest our departed CDF General Francis Ogolla. Many questions surround his death, and it couldn't be ignored in his burial. The outcry of justice in this country cannot be ignored anymore. The law community, among other communities, has been on the receiving end. And speaker after speaker came forth and spoke forthrightly on what is happening in this country. Why would one community be on the receiving end of everything not pleasant? Accident, frame up, disappearance, assassinations, and all of it ends up into one place. Outcry for justice. Well, this is what we seek to settle tonight, even as we engage. For how long are we going to sit back and see this happen? The Ruto regime cannot and will not deceive Kenyans. The response from one William Ruto brought more bleeding and tears in the eyes of the majority of Kenyans. He would have just ignored and went on with his flowery speech, other than claim that the extrajudicial killings and assassinations has not been part and parcel of his administration. I cannot help but remember the Mandamano days when the police raided homes, pulled out young men, shot them to death, maimed them. And what came from William Ruto was a congratulations to the police for doing a good job. For him to stand before Kenyans and claim today that he is against that and his administration cannot perpetuate that, it leaves me no words. I call upon you to join from wherever you are, and please help every other person to find us, even as we engage. We are live on Sound Candy Talk Live YouTube channel, Sound Candy Talk Facebook page, Sound Candy Talk TikTok, as well as Sound Candy Talk X handle. I call upon you. Let's engage. Justice must be found, and justice for all or no justice at all. I salute everyone. Thank you. I can see Innocent is already here. Msimamo is already here. Asanteni sana kwa kufika mapema. Naomba tumakinike. Samahani tumeanza kuchelewa tena. Nilikuwa nimejitahidi leo kwamba nianze kwa muda, lakini naamini kwamba tuko hapo na tuwe gangari. Haya, namba ya watazamaji imeanza kupanda. Asante sana. Watu wa X wamefika, watu wa Facebook ndio bado mko chini kidogo. YouTube tumeingia. Asanteni sana. Naomba tuendelee kukaribishana, kulike video, kupiga kura yako, alafu kukaribisha wawili, watatu, wanne, watano. Tuni Mhamud, karibu kwa show. Christine Mukami anasema hi everyone, we need answers. This is not a joke. We don't want monkey tricks anymore. This is too much, too painful. I agree with you. Ubuntu, karibu kwa show. Dahi Abdi, karibu kwa show. Justice for Ogolla. The truth shall set us free. Kenya kwisha. Rosemary Rosie, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Esther Stoll, mekuona. William Adilo, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Okay, what was the need of Charlene Ruto to give her speech which did not add up for me? Haya, hilo ni swala tutaliangazia baadaye. Asante sana. Oh my God. Ubuntu says, why cannot we stand for secession as Nyanza people? I'm fed up with Kenya. Costa, karibu kwa show. Due diligence, asante sana. Nashukuru. Naomba pamoja tumakinike, karibisha mtu. Leo ni leo, lazima tupate majibu kwa maswali yetu, hata tunapomsherekea na kumenzi CDF Ogolla katika mazishi yake. Maswali yameibuka makali ambayo lazima tupate majibu yake. Hii imeendelea kwa muda usiovumilika. Ni nini kinachoendelea na nchi yetu? Kipi hiki ambacho one community wronged this country so much that they cannot be let to be? What is it that the Luo community owes this country that they can't be let be? Now, I appreciate everyone who is joining. Please, the screen is all dark, innocent, undumani. Namuona Lala, tafadhali giza hapana. Hata kama itabidi niwaweke pembeni, mtu aingie mmoja baada ya mwingine. Hii giza limezidi, lakini msimamo naelewa huko ni candle lit service, lakini asante. Lakini hiyo reflector ndio inaleta matatizo. Hiyo uta survive nayo hapa. Okay, nashukuru kila mmoja. Naomba tumakinike tunapoanza mdahalo wetu. Tunaangazia maswali ambayo yameibuka kwa mazishi ya CDF Ogolla, na haya maswali kwangu mimi ni ya haki, kilio cha haki. Kama wale mlienda shule, wakati shule ilikuwa shule, kuna kitabu tulisoma kinaitwa Kilio cha Haki. Hapa leo kuna kilio cha haki. Ni kipi hiki ambacho kinaendelea katika nchi hii, kwamba watu fulani wasipate nafasi katika uongozi wa nchi, na wakipata hawadumu? Aidha ajali, kupotea, kuangamizwa. Ni nini hiki ambacho kinaendelea na nchi hii, na kitaendelea mpaka lini? Najua ni swala nyeti, lakini lazima tulizungumzie. Asante kwa kila mmoja. Karibisha mtu, usitazame peke yako. Facebook bado mna pick up, X na waona. Asanteni sana. TikTok sisi ndio hao. Nione hayo hizo likes, nione hayo maua ya kipanda. Innocent, wewe ndio ulikuwa wa kwanza kufika, utatufungulia dance leo kwa kifupi tu introduction, alafu tuingie kwa mdahalo. Asante.
Good afternoon, good morning, good night, wherever you're watching from. Habari zenu wakina msimamo na Odumani na Bernard.
Tunashukuru, karibu.
Asante sana. Nimefurahi kuwa nanyi leo pia. It was a great day for our hero. Great day for, I believe, all of us. Some of us, we know tulikuwa tumeenda kanisa. Wengine walikuwa wameenda kuwatch ball. Wengine walikuwa matanga. Na wengine walikuwa ng'ambo. Na wengine walikuwa na grieve in the part of this country. So I just want to appreciate what they have done to our general. At least he was able to be laid to rest as he wished. Vile alikuwa amesema anataka within 72 hours. Bernard, kumbe mtu anaweza tu zikwa tu, hata akikuwa mkubwa anaweza zikwa within 72 hours na maneno inaisha tu haraka. As Raila was saying, it's high time to attend to commercialize funerals. Mtu tu nafanya tu within 2 days, maneno imeisha, mnasahau, mnarudi back. Bernard, let me begin by giving my contribution tonight. I've already arranged my presentations in 3 to 4 parts or 5. Number one, what I saw on that burial, it was an order meeting mostly. Uliona vile walikuwa wamejipanga, ni watu walikuwa wamejipanga, ni kama ilikuwa ya UDA, haikuwa matanga. So uone vile mabasi zilikuwa zimewekwa, watu wenye walikubaliwa kuingia huko ndani, mostly watu wa village ni kama walikatazwa. There were few of them wenye walikuwa allowed to kuenda huko, especially to the burial site, but watu kutoka nje ndio walikubaliwa waende. At least from what we said yesterday, the president was a bit presidential today. Tulimwambia wache maneno ya kuongeaongea vitina ama nini. At least today he was able to give some issues to be dealt with Ndwale. At least akabaki yeye akiongea vizuri. Bernard, from the moment our general died, I've been complaining about this son of Ogolla. I know some of you might not agree with me, but me, I've been complaining about him so much. He keeps on bringing some issues. This guy ni kama amekuwa psychophant wa Ruto na Gachieta. Mpaka Oburu alikuja akamkataza, akamwambia wewe nyamaza bana, wachana na maneno mengi. He explained things that is not supposed to explain. He's talking about appointments zenye atakani kuongea. Who is he? He's giving us things that is sijui walikuwa ati babaka walikuwa wanaongea na Ruto anakuja kumwambia. You know, okay. Wacha nisiongee sana, but I've been complaining about him, and you've seen, not me only now, you saw even Oburu complaining na kimwambia wewe nyamaza bana, you are going too far. Wachana hii maneno, sisi ndio tunaumia. And I don't know how true it is. Bernard, nilikutumia hiyo kitu that is not a sijui kama ni mabloggers wetu ama nini, ati is not a Kenyan, alikuja sijui kutoka Congo. I don't know how true it is. I don't know kama ni mamaka ametoka Congo ama nini, sijaelewa hiyo kitu. Mara niliona online na nilikutumia ndio jaribu kuni-enlighten kidogo. So I don't know whether he's a Kenyan ama is what. And they were arguing that ni kama anataka mali ya baba yake mostly. That is what he is up to, but not maneno ya babake. So I don't know how true it is, but I was disappointed seeing him explaining issues zenye asimuhusu, especially kitu ya appointment, sijui ati I want to bring this to rest. No, wachana. When something has happened, watch the investigators, because if you start putting in some, unaona vile Raila alisema jana, akaiongea na akawacha. So I was disappointed by him again today, but the daughter niliona aliongea vizuri, ali explain the way things are supposed to be explained kwa burial. Now number 2, let me just touch more about Oburu Odinga. He explained that Baba was not there. To me, I didn't want Baba to be there, and I appreciate that I didn't go. I didn't want him to go because ingeleta chaos. By the angekuko, you know, hata akikujenga the way he comes, you know, anakujenga na ile ngozi yake ya kama wale wa Jaluo, anakujenga na ile skin na kila kitu, na angekuja, I think everybody angeingia ndani. To me, nilikuwa nimesema, I wish Baba hataenda, na vile hakuenda nilifurahi, because angeingia na zile mamkuki na kila kitu, na ile ilikuwa ni kama presidential sort of ama government burial. ingeharibu the protocol juu watu wote wangeingia ndani, ama I don't know kama wangemsimamisha ama wangemsimamisha, but he could have come with these warriors. Unajua vile wanakujanga, you know the way he comes na all the warriors. So I believe it was a good idea for Baba not to go, and that is what I can say from my point of view, because you know what happens, especially kitu ikikuwa ni kama iko president akuko na ile protocol yote. I don't know the way wangemstop. Kama wangeweza kumstop na angekuja na hao warriors wakuje kumon, I don't think wangewezana, Tanga ingeharibika. So to me, I appreciate, na nilimuona akiwatch derby yeah, ya mashemeji derby niliona watu wako kutoka huko na watu wake kutoka sijui nani alishinda, but nilimuona alikuwa na watch. I know Oburu was trying to explain something, lakini alikuwa na watch ball tu hapa tu. He was enjoying himself, and that was a good idea for him not to go. That's what I can say from that point of view. Now, next point ni Ogolla's dad. Bernard, I was disappointed. Baba ya Ogolla was not recognized. Even mahali alikuwa amewekwa amekaa, alikuwa mbali. That guy is also a spiritual guy. Nilimwona hata zile wanaenda kuomba ama preacher anaenda kuomba ama kufanya anything, alikuwa anatoa kofia, anaiwekelea chini, anarudisha wakishamaliza kuomba. But nobody was concerned about him. Hakuna mwenye alimrecognize. The only people niliona walikuwa recognized ni all the other people, wife, son na nini na kila kitu, na Ruto, Gachagua, everybody, the protocol. Yeye alikuwa ni one of the protocol. All protocol observed. I wish they could have also recognized him, because he's the one who brought this son of ours to this world. Sijui kama mama yake alikuwa, but the father nilimwona huko, hata kwenda kwa kurusha mchanga, you saw what happened. Hakuna, is very old, hata hakuna mwenye alikuwa anamsaidia at least kutembea naye vizuri aende kurusha mchanga. So that is one of the thing niliona walifanya vibaya to the dad. At least wangemsaidia. Nimesema juu ya Ruto at least giving Duale to explain some of those things, that was at least presidential. Gachieta na wakina Musalia I think waliogopa kuongea walipoona the crowd. Unajua Nyanza sio mahali unaenda kucheza, ukiweza kuongea walikuwa wanasema Joey. So I believe walishindwa kwa, ama wangeweza kuongea huko, sio mahali unaweza ongea ama ulete maneno mengine. Them they can silence you. I think also they played their game well. And lastly, nataka kuongea juu ya President Ruto, what he said. Ruto says that there is no government position that is reserved for any community or any ethnicity or any religion. Bernard, I don't know whether you remember ama you know the government that is running this Kenya. I want to deviate kidogo from the statement he said. If you go back to, you know, he said that there is no government position that is reserved for any community. I just want to read for you some maybe 2-3 positions, unieleze kama ni community gani. The head of civil service, Felix Kosgei. KenGen, CEO, Abraham Serem. Kenya Power CEO, Joseph Sirol. Kenya Pipeline CEO, John Sang. Energy and Petroleum Regulatory CEO, Daniel Kipto. Nuclear Authority, James Keter. Kitraco, Lydia CTNA. Kenya Post Authority, William Ruto. Kemri, Elijah Songot. I just want to stop there. Sitaki kuendelea. But I have a list of this is a list of 66, and that is from one community. 66. Better, I'll send you this. I'll send you this information. You will. If this the government, the country doesn't belong to any religion, any tribe, and I have 66 CEOs from one community. That was the best speech our President Ruto gave, because by the way, it is from all the communities. But for me, I have 66. I'm sending you that list. You read and you see people from one community. 66 sio watu wachache, na sio the simple companies ama parastatus, ni zile kubwa. 66. I don't know what to say. Mr. President, this Kenya does not belong to all the communities. It belongs to one community. Thank you. That is my introductory part.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Innocent kwa kutupatia utangulizi huu. Naomba tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana. Hiyo namba ya watazamaji nataka i-double. Watu wa X mnafanya vizuri sana. Watu wa Facebook mnaniangusha. Naomba mjitahidi, mmepigwa dafrao na watu wa X by far. Ebu share your link. Hakikisha kwamba unakaribisha mtu. And then of course remind you about the poll question we are asking tonight. Will Kenya succeed to move on without addressing our historical injustices? Will Kenya succeed to move on without addressing our historical injustices? Well, 64 people have cast their vote. 11% say yes, and 89% say no. So majority of Kenyans feel that without addressing our historical injustices, we have no way of moving on as a country. I want also to appreciate 32 people who have liked the video. Please, let's be active on the same, even as we engage. Before I bring in kati ya msimamo na undumani nani alitangulia, naomba tu tusikilize hii speech ya Oburu, na tutasikiliza hiyo ingine baadaye ili tupate perspective. What is this that is ailing this society, and of course the people that are crying out for justice.
Asante. To Eileen Ogolla and the family, to the President of the Republic of Kenya, the First Lady, the Deputy President, the Azimio leadership led here by Kalonzo Musyoka and Martha Karua, the Speaker of the National Assembly. Before I say anything, and I think it is important that we say something on this solemn occasion. Allow me, because I saw Dr. Oburu Odinga step in, allow me to invite Dr. Oburu to come and say something. Dr. Oburu.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and His Excellency, the Deputy President, and the First Lady, and the family of the late General Ogolla, and all protocols observed. I stand here on behalf of my family, the family of the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, on whom I represent as the chair. Now, the late Ogolla here is our maternal uncle, and our mother comes from this village. And therefore, we come here as relatives of Ogolla. I also come here to bring condolences of my brother, Jacob Raila Amolo Odinga, who has sent me to come because he is a bit indisposed. He could not come personally, but he has asked me to come and represent him and the family. So I also want to bring condolences of Uhuru Kenyatta, the former president of Kenya, His Excellency, who has also brought his condolences to the family. He is out of the country, but he has asked me to bring his condolences to the family. Now, I would only want to mention one word after saying words of condolences and sympathies to the family. I would just like to say that the death was an accident, but even though it is an accident, in this region we have had many such accidents, and we have also had assassination of leaders from this region. So when such things happen, we are a bit suspicious, not because of anything, but we want to know the truth. We want to know the truth. And I want to ask our uncle, the general's son, not to be impatient with us. It is not because of anything. It is just because once bitten, twice shy. So we are asking for no stones to be left unturned, and let us know the truth of who killed our uncle, General Ogolla. He died too soon, and we are a bit shaken by his death. And you people know, we lost Tom Mboya in very tragic circumstances. We lost Ouko in very tragic circumstances. And when we lost Ouko, I was part and parcel of the team of parliament which was investigating the death of Ouko. And I can tell you it was very sad, because the regime at that time managed to convince the family to be very protective and not to allow people to go into details. So young man, please just allow investigators to do their work. Now, with those very, very few remarks, I would once again want to wish that our uncle is rested in peace in heaven, and let the Almighty put him in the best place, and was one of our best sons, one of the best sons from this area. We wish that the Almighty puts his soul in peace, and let his family also rest here, and we shall be with you all the times. Thank you very much.
Erokamano. Ang'eyo ni kae wan gi jowa mang'eny mobiro. To e jomobiro ka nitie jomoyier mok ber ka alunga jomoko muka nyisogi ni gin kae. Otel ni gi speaker Okode gi members ma county assembly ma Siaya.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. Musimamo, simama.
Bwana, nashukuru nimesimama kama kawaida yangu kama dawa. Sijui kama napatikana mara na banwa mbavu kwa sauti inakuwa kamba mpaka amechukua na mwiba sisikiki huko. Tena amechukua na mwiba wa samaki.
Umefika kabisa. Sura ndio kiasi
Niko sina shaka, maana mimi na imani kwamba sura si roho siku zote. Unajua Bernard, unaweza jaliwa na sura nzuri roho ikawa chafu, ukajaliwa na sura chafu roho ikawa nzuri. Lakini kibaya zaidi ni pale sura inapokuwa mbovu na roho mbovu. Sasa hapo ndo kwenye kiama. Nitaachia hapo. Wacha tu nisalimie ndugu yangu hapo Innocent Joy na ndugu yangu hapa Promise Baraka, alafu na wale wengine ambao wanatufuata upande ule wa pili wa comment section. Bernard, kwa haraka, my concern was body language. Nilikuwa busy, macho yangu nayapitisha katika hii shughuli iliyokuwa inaendelea kuwatazama body language. Unajua hakuna kitu kizuri kama kumsoma mtu kupitia tafsiri ya viungo. Maana unaweza kuwa unacheka lakini roho inaongea ndani ya roho, moyo unaongea. Sasa ndio upanua mdomo unacheka huku kipaja cha uso kinakataa haswa kile kicheko, ama macho nayo yanakataa yale unayoyazungumza. So hapo ndo likuwa makini zaidi kuangalia. Ila mimi kama msimamo na uchunguzi wangu uchache huo wa uliofinyu, nikagundua body language haiambatani na mazungumzo. Nitaungana ndugu yangu Innocent hapo kwamba mzee hakutendewa haki, na ndio baba haswa mwenye ambaye hasa ametuletea huyu kiongozi mwenda zake Ogolla. So for real haikuwa jambo la kupendeza, halikuwa jambo la mbolea. Unajua sikio siku zote halizidi kichwa. So for real sijapendezwa. Lakini vile pia nikawa namuangalia mtoto haswa wa Ogolla, bwana yule Joel na yule dada yake hasa walivyokuwa anatoa speech. Nilikuwa nataka kujua ni nini ukweli wa mambo. Niligundua hivi, hawa wameweka mfano wa panya huku wakiuma wa kupulizia. Mfano ambao nitautoa ni pale aliponikosha moyo aliposema, unajua mzee hakuwa mwingi wa maneno. Yeye alikuwa anaangalia kazi yake na alifanywa kwa moyo, akaifanya kazi hii tena haswa akiongoza na uungu, na vitabu vya Mungu vilikuwa karibu na yeye, wala hakuwa mwenye maneno mengi, akawa mchache wa vitendo. So katika ile hali ya kuliweka hili wazi, nikajua hapa kuna kitu kinaendelea. Ndio maana nasema jamani, sura si roho. Na mimi simwamini mtu tu kwa meno meupe kama maziwa. Naamini kile ambacho ananitendea ama nakiona haswa kwamba kinatija. So for real hapa ilikuwa ni mashambulizi ya kiaina yake, lakini yamewekwa katika heshima ya usomi, kuonyesha kwamba hii familia sikana kwamba tu wanaridhishwa tu na kupongezwa. Maana ule kijana amesema tulikuwa na mazungumzo marefu jambo almost 5 hours, lakini mwisho wa siku akaamua tubue jipu kwamba jamani, huyu mzee hakuwa wa maneno mengi, yeye alikuwa vitendo. Kama kweli kulikuwa na makubaliano sauti kama hii Bernard, haingetokea. So yalikuwa ni mashambulizi ya kiana yake na kwa hadhi yake, lakini kuna jambo ambalo lipo mimi kimtazamo wangu ambalo naona halitakwenda sawa na hii familia haijaridhishwa. Pili, nitarudi kwa kauli na usemi wa mzee wetu hapa Oburu alivyocheza hapa, na kwa kweli ni mambo ambayo hata mimi nilikuwa ndo nitaka kuyagusia zaidi. Kaingia juzi najiuliza nijibu niseme lipi, nikija hapa nashindwa na usemi, kwa sababu kwa kweli ukiumwa na nyoka unapouona uongo basi ushtuka. Unapoumwa na nyoka ukiona unyasi ama uongo basi ushtuka. Na makweli Nyanza ambayo imebeba opposition ambayo ndio inaipeleka hili taifa, wala si serikali. Opposition ndio ambayo inapeleka hili taifa letu, tupende tusipende. Laiti kama sio position hatungekuwa hapa tulipo. Kwa naweza sema kwa 80% opposition ndio ambayo imeshikilia hili taifa. Failure to which tungeachia hawa majana ndugu zetu hawa wanaosema wako ndani ya serikali kisha wao waliovilio kwamba wanatafuta msaada wasaidiwe, kama tunakumbuka enzi hizo za nyuma tu majuzi tu, ili waonyeshwe ni njia za kuweza kuongoza. So for real inatamausha kwa sababu Nyanza imepoteza viongozi ambao wamesimama na hili taifa na kwa ajili ya taifa na kutoka na kutaka kutoa uongozi ambao ni thabiti zaidi. So for real ni jambo la kutamausha na majibu lazima patikane. Hata mimi Mkenya ndio huku japo si Mjaluo ndio nipate jibu kwa nini Ogolla afariki katika ndege ile wakati yeye ndio mkubwa wa majeshi nchi yetu ya Kenya. Ilikuwaje? Je, hakukuwa na watu ambao wanafuatilia kuhusiana na ile ndege, whether ni nzima ama iko katika hali ya usawa na inafaa ama ni nini? Na mengi maswali ambayo yanafungamana na ile trip ya kuenda kule. So for real, kama Wakenya tunahitaji majibu ya kweli kwa sababu tumechoka na mimi msimamo nimechoka haswa na mauaji ya viongozi ambao hakika kwa kweli wangekuwa hai, basi nadhani hapa nchini kwetu tungekuwa tuko katika hatua nyingine tofauti zaidi. Kwa hivyo sitaki niwe mrefu niwachoshe ndugu zangu, yangu ni ya ufunguzi ni kama hayo tu. Nikiajaliwa kuwa hapa nitaongeza, nikitemwa tutakutana, lakini pia nishukuru nitakuwa nimezungumza na mimi kama Mkenya mzalendo. Na la mwisho kabisa ni kuiombea tu kuiombea familia ya Ogolla. Mungu awape roho, uzuie haswa haya ambayo yametokea na wape nguvu ya kuweza kusimama tena. Asante ndugu yangu Bernard.
Okay, thank you msimamo, tunashukuru utangulizi mzuri. Tunaamini kwamba ujumbe unafikia kila mmoja. Tumakinike kukaribishana, makinika kama uja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk Live, nitakupatia link in a short while usubscribe. Na kama uja to follow us also. We on Facebook, we are on X, we are on TikTok and of course YouTube. Thank you so much for being here. Let's engage. Quickly tumlete Undumani kwa kifupi alafu ndugu yetu nani? Our general here, Promise Baraka. Undumani ulikuwa hapa, sema. Unmute.
Aha, habari ya Bernard.
Tunashukuru, karibu.
Asante. Kenya hii watu tuseme ukweli. Unajua ukweli ndio itatuweka uhuru Bernard. Kenya hii kutoka mwaka wa 63 iko tu kabila inakulanga ingine. Iko tu makabila mbili na kulanga tu kabila moja, miaka nenda miaka rudi. Na hizi commissioner zote wameziweka wakati ya Kenyatta hakuna, wakati ya Moi hakuna, wakati ya hii mwingine ya Kibaki hakuna, hiyo ambaye hakuna, hii wakati ya ingine hii ya Uhuru Kenyatta hakuna Bernard. So hii si geni, hii wanadanganya sisi. Na kijana ya general akuwe mpole, aambiwe kitu. Yeye ni mtu ya juzi, aelewi. Siji kama anaelewa historia ya Kenya. Aelewi historia ya Kenya. Awache watu kama Orengo wakilanga Oburu Odinga wamwambie historia ya Kenya vile iko. Ziko tu makabila zile zinakula kabila ingine, zinakula, lakini ole wao bado wale wanakuliwa, lakini bado wanazaliwa. Wanazaliwa, wanaendelea kuzaliwa. Hawajakwisha. Lakini nasema Kenya hii, Kenya hii inatakana tuwe kila mtu sawa, akiwa mkubwa, akiwa mdogo, hizi makabila zingine ziheshimiane. Ndio tutaishi kwa amani. Funika vitu namna hiyo, kifunika vitu namna hii, ndio baadaye ile siku za usoni inakuja kuamuka Bernard. Lakini hivi viongozi wetu au viongozi wale wamekuwa katika uongozi kutoka mwaka wa 63 viongozi hao viongozi ndio wameleta hii inji inakaa vile inakaa namna hiyo, kwa sababu kiongozi yoyote ya hiyo kabila ikiingia inakula hii kabila, kiongozi yoyote hii kabila ikiingia inakula hii kabila. So inataka tunaambiana ukweli wa maneno, ukweli wa maneno. Hizi commission zote haziwezi kusaidia hakuna ile itakuja na matunda mzuri, hakuna ile itakuja na matunda mzuri. Lakini wale wao, wakati hii inji itakuja kutawaliwa na ingine na kabila ingine, ndio mbaya Bernard. So inabidi kweli
Undumani ni kama
Bernard itatuweka uhuru na
mitambo
ni hayo tu. Mubarikiwe.
Okay. Asante Undumani. Huko mwisho kulikuwa na itilafu na mitambo. Refresh your browser and you will get back again. Thank you everyone as we continue to engage. TikTok sioni hizo likes, ebu hakikisha zimepanda na tuambie unatufuata ukiwa wapi. Kama una ujumbe weka hapo kwa comment section, tutaweza kusoma ili kila mmoja apate kile unachofikiria kuhusu haya masuala ya kifo cha CDF Ogolla na maswali ambayo inaibuka kutokana na kifo chake. Kuna ujumbe ambao Oburu Odinga alipeana na Orengo wakiuliza maswali nyeti sana ambayo ni lazima majibu yake yapatikane. Thank you. Let's bring in
endelea.
Umerejea, pole, lakini naomba tulia, tumlete Wangira alafu tarejea kwako. Mr. Promise.
Oh, Bernard, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Am I loud and clear?
Yes, I can hear you, but you are a bit soft, but it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, my regards to everybody in the studio this evening. Oh, Bernard, I'm writing my next book, and my next book is titled Man Eat Man Society, the Kenyan 60 years of sitting under the carpet, the state-organized chaos and confusion. That is the title of my next book. It could be ready in the next 1 year, you know, research takes a long time. So, Bernard, today, Oburu Odinga said that once bitten, twice shy. And you know, I understand where especially the Luo community is coming from. It's not that they're accusing anybody for having done anything, but you know, when you're once bitten, then you will be twice shy. Bernard, in 1969, in the month of July, a gentleman by the name Tom Joseph Mboya, then aged 39 years of age, was gunned down along Moi Avenue. Then there was a gentleman called Njenga who was arrested and tried in court. And I think he was convicted. But you know, he kept on asking that, you know, there was a big man behind it. So he wanted the big man who was behind the killing of Tom Mboya brought forward. Bernard, today is almost 55 years later, and we have not been told who was this big man who was behind the assassination of the late Thomas Joseph Mboya. We have the case of the case of Robert John Ouko. At least when Robert John Ouko was murdered, you know, I was a young man, and I used to follow politics. And I remember there was a government pathologist called Kivitio Kaviti,
is it Kaviti or Kiviti, something like that, who purported that, Robert Ouko shot himself until, people decided to debunk his theory of Robert Ouko having shot himself. We are not saying that anybody did anything to the late good General Francis Ogolla. We are not saying anything. And, I was here the other day and I say that, to me, my problem, my concern was on the worthiness of our air transport within within the airport. That was where my major concern was. And perhaps, that could still be my stand. So we are not saying anybody did anything to the late General Francis Ogolla. But, I want to agree with my brother, my big brother Oburu Odinga, that perhaps, General Ogola's son Joel needs not to be impatient. Let him be a little bit patient so that we allow the investigators to carry out the investigation so that they can give us a conclusive report on what really transpired on the day that the good General Francis Ogolla perished in an air accident. Because, we don't want to sweep under the carpet, issues here, and, we don't want to preempt matters, because already there's a commission that has been, I think there's a commission that has been appointed by the president, perhaps I understand led by the commander of the Kenya Air Force, Major General Menda. So let us allow them to carry out the investigation and let them tell us what really transpired, Leonard. Because, it's not every day that, you lose chief of defense forces in an aircraft accident. These things rarely happen anywhere in the world. And I said it the other day here. My second point, Bernard, would be on what Raila Odinga touched on yesterday. Bernard, I think Major General Ogolla carried some stigma with him. I don't know whether he overcame it before he died or whether he went with it to his grave. I'm not very sure. You remember the circumstances surrounding the Bomas of Kenya on the 15th of August 2022, shortly before Wafula Chebukati announced President William Ruto as the president-elect. There's a sworn affidavit by Wafula Chebukati that members of the National Security Advisory Committee then that partly constituted of, Lieutenant General Francis Ogolla, then who was the Vice Chief of Defense Forces, visited him at the Bomas of Kenya. And there was a gentleman called Kihara, perhaps I don't know whether he was the team leader then, who said a number of things, who said a number of things. For a long time, people accused General Ogolla, for perhaps wanting for having been a part of a team that wanted to overthrow the victory of President William Samoei Ruto. And, yesterday, President William Samoei Ruto said that, when he was given the list of people who were supposed to become the next CDF, General Ogolla was not among them. But he said he had a candid talk with General Ogolla, and he really wanted to know what really transpired. And, General Ogolla told him that he did not want to defend himself. And I understand where General Ogolla, I'm trying to understand where General Ogolla was standing from. General Ogolla was a man from the disciplined force. And, if you're a man of the disciplined force and you're speaking to your commander in chief, you don't go defending yourself before the commander in chief. And that's why he told the commander in chief that you can either decide to take me to the court martial, you can retire me, what they say, retirement on public interest, or you can forgive me. That's what General Ogolla said. And the president says that that evening he went home and he had a reflection on what the real issue was, and revisiting his matters at the IECC. Then perhaps he came to a conclusion that the problem was not General Ogolla. And that's perhaps why General Ogolla was, later on appointed to become chief of the defense force. And yeah, yesterday there were issues of SMSs, communication between General Ogolla, I think, with his own boss then, who was the CDF, I think, General Kibochi. And yesterday, Raila was very, very clear that now that, General Ogolla has died, it's very, very important that we remove that stigma. Because Raila was clear that, General Ogolla was not the type of a person who could go out to try and overthrow a victory of an elected president. And, in reaction, that's why, the president in his written speech came up with his other side of the story that, he spoke to General Ogolla, and, General Ogolla told him that it was wrong. Then he told him that he did not want to defend himself. And he said that, the president can decide to take him to the court martial. He can decide to retire him on public interest, or he can also decide to forgive him. Bernard, I am a person who believes in what we call due process. The due process, the due process allows a person to be cleared so that his name gets cleared. National Security Advisory Committee, as much as Ogolla was part of that team, there are other people who were part of that team on that morning of 15th of August, 2022, who could also be carrying the same stigma, Bernard. And that's why, just like President William Ruto had promised us, Bernard, I think it's high time that, we had a conclusive, inquiry on what really transpired on the 15th of August 2022. Just like the president had, promised, and just like Chebukati himself had recommended, Bernard, I think it's a high time that, a public commission of inquiry, Bernard, is formed so that, it can investigate circumstances around the 15th of August 2022 at the Bomas of Kenya. Because if this issue is not properly investigated and we have a conclusion on what really transpired, Bernard, we'll continue with hearsay and everybody will be carrying his own side of the story, There are those people, until this morning when Duale now cleared General Ogolla completely and said that even General Ogolla was not a member of National Security Advisory Committee, so he was not supposed to have been he was not supposed to have been part of that group. There are people, I believe there are people who still believe that Ogolla was up to something, Bernard. So we need to remove this stigma not only from Ogolla but to the then members of the National Security Advisory Committee who visited Chebukati. And the only way we can clear them, Bernard, is by having a public inquiry that we look into the circumstances surrounding the 15th of August 2022 at the Bomas of Kenya, so that between them and Wafula Chebukati, we can know who was telling us the truth and who was telling us lies, Bernard. Because we don't want to be left hanging here that when something happens, then rumors fly up and down, they fly up and down. It's time that we did away with these rumors by having a conclusive inquiry on this matter, Bernard. So finally, I think I've spoken on the key issue. So I've told you that once bitten, twice shy. The Luo community, it's right place to be twice shy, because if you have lost more than two of your sons in circumstances that are not very, very clear when they were serving the public, then when something happens to any of your sons, you start asking questions. Tunasema in our Luya language that, if you have been bitten by a snake, even if you see, snakes always will shed off their old skin. So in the Luya language, we say that if you have been bitten by a snake and you see that old skin of the snake that has been shed off, Bernard, you'll always get shaken, Bernard. So I understand where the Luo community is coming from. And that's why, a conclusive inquiry of the circumstances surrounding that air crash, Bernard, is very, very important, because it will help us have a closure on what really transpired on that afternoon when Francis Ogolla was traveling in that aircraft that crashed. And that's why, I agree with Oburu that perhaps the young gentleman called Joel Ogolla, is a little bit impatient. He should allow the investigations to go on so that we really know what actually transpired. That will be the only way that we can have a closure on what really happened on General Ogolla, Bernard. Perhaps I leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Bwana Wangira, for that observation. And I'll be waiting for that Man Eat Man Society book. We really need to get we need to really get the true picture of our historical injustices which have bedeviled this country. I believe if we don't get a closure to this, we'll never take off, because we make one step forward, 3 steps backward every time as a nation. And now we are being overtaken by our neighbors. All of it because of man eat man society mentality, that you have to clear everybody on the way in order for you to find your way. I believe success is for everyone, and nobody needs to fail in order for you to succeed. What has been embraced as an attitude towards leadership in this country that is geared towards eliminating everyone in order for you to sit pretty in leadership, it's uncalled for, it's backward, it's primitive, and we need not to go back there. Now,
Bernard,
Mr.
just my final point. My final point,
Yes.
if you just allow me for 1 minute, please.
Sawa sawa.
Today, I listened to William Samoei Ruto, and he says that, in his government, what will be the determinant in public appointment will be the merit of a person, not his tribe, not his religion, not his color. Bernard. Are telling that William Ruto, lives up to his word. We want to see him, appoint people largely on merit, not on perhaps their tribe. It's on record that, in the first, let me say, in the first 6 months of his presidency, and it's also on record, Rigathi Gachagua told us that, this was a shareholder government, where we had the majority shareholders, the minority shareholders, and people who were non-shareholders. And we know who largely constituted William Samoei Ruto's government in the first 6 months when he was forming. Perhaps, he has reached Damascus and he has discovered that, he does not need to continue being Saul. He needs to be Paul, Bernard. So because he has discovered that now he needs to be Paul, let him live up to his words, and we see him start appointing Kenyans from whichever side of the country based on their merit, but not on their tribe, Bernard. That's all that I just wanted to say.
Thank you. Somebody told me that William Ruto speaks for the crowd that is in front of him, and he doesn't remember what he said previously. And so his contradictions are a part and parcel of what will be treated to until he gets out of office. I don't believe any of that. Look at his cabinet and tell me where merit is. If you have 21 people to select and 20 out of 21 are questionable, then the problem is not the people you are selecting. The problem is the person who is selecting. Msimamo unasemaje?
Unajua Bernard, ndugu yangu Wangira hapa amemaliza kila kitu, lakini mimi nimetamaushwa na kauli ya dada Nduale. Leo hii iwasimama kutetea, lakini nashangaa sauti aliyoitoa mwanzo. Laiti kama angekuwa ni mzalendo wa kweli na anazungumza kweli, basi hili angelizungumza pale lilipochipuka, wala hangeweza kuliunga mkono. Kisha baadaye marehemu ameenda, ndio unaanza kusema kwa huyu eti hakuwa hivi. So hapo nikawa najiuliza maswali, ndipo nilikuwa najiuliza maswali yangu, maana tangia tuanze kushuhudia haya maswala haya ya Ogolla since aondoke katika ulimwengu huu, hakuna siku ambayo hatutasikia tarehe 15 mwezi ule. Pasimamapo mtu ni tarehe 15 mwezi ule. Sasa leo hii ndo kunatoka mtetezi sasa. Je, najiulize ilikuwa ni kuwaweka watu sawa ama anamaanisha? Nikufungamana na hili la bwana Ruto kwamba yeye anagawanya madaraka ama anapeana madaraka ama anakawa kazi kutokana na tajriba na uwezo wa mtu na kile ambacho mtu amekusomea. Lakini ndugu yangu Innocent hapa ametoa orodha ya watu 60 na kitu ambao wameweza kuwa appointed. Sasa ni lipi ambalo Wakenya tutaambiwa tuliamini? Tutaamini yale tunayaona ama tutaamini yale tunaambiwa? So ni wakati wa kuamini yale tunayaona, si tuamini yale tunaambiwa. Maana kama ni kuambiwa na nyimbo zimeimbwa, maneno yamezungumzwa, lakini mwisho wa siku tunakuta haya ambayo tunayashuhudia na leo tunayazungumzia hapa. Bernard, nitaachia hapo mimi.
Okay, asante. Bwana Black, on the comment section, please stay in the lane. You are beginning to cross lane. No need of going personal. Secondly, the balancing of justice by your injustice does not add to justice. If the law community is demanding answers and then you say our community also lost, it does not help anywhere. Let your community also raise their issues, not for you to come here and begin to tell us that also your community. Which one is your community in the first place? What injustices are you raising? Bring it up. Let's discuss it. Not for you to come and use your injustice as serving us justice for what everyone is crying for. If that's your mission, then you are misplaced. And I think we are past that. Bwana Black, we've been in this for long. Don't justify things that you know are wrong simply because you also suffered. Yani eti mtu alienda kucheat kwa ndoa yake alafu unasema hata wewe ulicheat. Is that now a response to the question at hand? Tusibebe ujinga tafadhali. Let's get serious. This is a mature, serious conversation we need to have as a country. And when people are crying for justice, clear cha haki, ni muhimu kuwasikiliza na wako na evidence. Hata kama watu wengi, kuna Jem Kariuki alikufa, Gamapindo alikufa, Masindebulu alikufa kwa njia ya utatanishi. Watu wengi tu wanasiasa wamekufa kwa njia ambayo haieleweki. Lakini list ya wanaoongozwa for assassination, unexplainable circumstances, kama unataka kutumia akili yako vizuri ipasavyo, utakubali kwamba the Luo community has suffered the greatest of all injustices when it comes to doing away with the sons. Sio Msando, sio Tomboya, sio huko. And all this is for political reasons. Political reasons. And that's what we are talking about. So kama una ya kwako na we kaelete. Lakini usiseme eti kwa sababu we pia ulikosewa, hawa wakosewe. Thank you. Tunarejea kwa Undumani hukumaliza vizuri, mwisho ulipotea. So naomba nikupatie dakika zako 2 ukakamilisha alafu turudi kwa Innocent. Undumani, mitambo yako imechukuliwa na Museveni nini? Samahani, Undumani inaonekana utaanzisha simu yako tena. Anzisha simu yako upya. Mitambo yako imeingiana na Uganda, sioni kama itaendelea na mdahalo huu. Bwana Innocent, kabla turejee kwako, asante kwa kutegea kila mmoja. Asante kwa hiyo makaribisho ya watu. Nashukuru watu wengi wanaingia tu. X mnafanya vizuri sana. Facebook pia mmejitahidi, tuendelee kushare na kukaribishana. And then subscribe. Kama uja subscribe kwa Sound Candy Talk Live, please subscribe to follow so that you don't miss out on any of our programs. We do much more than this, but we really encourage everybody to be part and parcel of what is happening in the country by addressing the really issues that have led down this country. Probably I'll just bring in that issue that Msimamo has talked about. Duale is on record urging William Ruto to deal with the KDF people that went to Bomas. Now, going to Bomas is no crime. Going to Bomas, I don't see if there was any crime in it. And if there was a crime, you should have arrested them. Why did you let them walk out? There was security on standby in Bomas. The hypocrisy in this country is just, getting out of hand. Let's listen to what he says about the issue, then Innocent can come in.
And on his final farewell, the controversial presence at the Bomas of Kenya on the eve of the announcement of the 2022 presidential election played out at General Francis Omondi Ogolla's funeral.
However, speakers who eulogized him cleared him from any interference, describing him as a committed military man driven by discipline and non-involvement in politics. Ayub Abdikadir reports.
On his final journey and for the second day in a row, events of August 15th, 2022 at the Bomas of Kenya marked General Ogolla's funeral. Speakers here, including Defense CS Adan Duale, absolving him from harboring the intent to change the outcome of the presidential election when he visited the Bomas of Kenya prior to the announcement of the presidential outcome. According to Duale, Ogolla was holding brief for his boss.
And as a Muslim, General Ogolla shared with me text messages. General Ogolla, as a respectable soldier and general, he asked and sent a text message to his bosses and asked, what am I going to do in Bomas? And this has happened. And General Ogolla was told, it's been decided, you go. And General Ogolla then again sent a text message and saying, now that the result will be announced at 3, as a general, as a soldier, what am I doing here?
Speakers eulogized the 4-star general as apolitical, with no engagement in political affairs.
This to go on record that General Ogolla, who is seated here, will not be engaged in something like that.
The Bomas visit, which hung over his head during his appointment as the chief of the defense forces, coming up again. Just a day after President Ruto revealed details of a meeting with the military general. Siaya Governor James Orengo calling for an end to the doubt that hung over his head till his sudden death.
The lingering doubt is that there is this allegation that General Ogolla went to Bomas to try and change the elections. But General Ogolla, the way I know him, and I've gone to see him, even on political issues, and he will tell me if it is that or achana nayo.
The Defense Cabinet Secretary detailing further how Ogolla stayed off political conversations, alleging that some of the players who sent Ogolla to the Bomas of Kenya, at the time the IEBC's National Tallying Center, were part of the attendees of his funeral.
And the people who sent him to Bomas, some of them are here. Some of the people who sent him to Bomas, are known. Let us not create a false narrative about General Ogolla.
President William Ruto, since coming to power, has on 3 occasions defended Ogolla's appointment, saying it was based on merit. Ayub Abdikadir, Citizen TV.
Mambo ni kama hayo. Innocent. Hii ni firefighting ya ile evidence ilitolewa jana ambayo sio evidence. So now really evidence has come. Ile ya Jesus wachana nayo.
Jesus meeting sasa imechange. Bernard, just I want to concur with you what you've said concerning the charts. By the way, Black is becoming too petty. He needs to grow up. Ama kama ajisikii kukaa na sisi atoke tu aende. There are many channels you can join and you can enjoy. Sisi hapa sio hatujakuja kutukana watu ama kuongea. If you think this channel is not befitting you, just ship out. And I want also to encourage the chat members. If you argue with a fool, you become a fool. Wacha Black aendelee kuongea, aongee peke yake mpaka achoka, atatoka. Msimjibu, mwache tu aendelee kuongea, atachoka. I believe sisi tumemwona kwa hii kipindi many times na tulichoka na yeye. And Black, if you want to, kama unataka tuanze sasa kuongeleshana, kuja kwa stage, kuja hapa Black, kuja kwa hapa tuongee sasa, tuanze utuulize hizo vitu unataka kutuuliza and then tukujibu, because we have the answers. Wacha kujificha huko kwa chat. You can come here kwa screen, try to argue your case, then tutaona kama utawezana. So usitishe watu huko nyuma. That is by the way, na hiyo ni maoni yangu Bernard, sio yako. ni yangu. So Bernard, jamaa nilikuambia today the president decided to become a bit, the word I use is a bit of presidential, na akawachia mtu mwingine afanye kazi hiyo na ni Ndwale. These guys are I don't know whether they are, I don't know which word I can use. Are they smart? Ama do they want to bring every issues every time? And Ndwale is a security guy. I don't know how. He can also bring those issues. Ati alitumiwa, ati Ogolla alimtumia messages. Are we kids? Okay, let's assume alitumia whoever sent him. Let me just give an example. Kama ni Uhuru alimtuma aende kuchange result, alikuwa na change aje result? Let's just ask ourselves that question. Alikuwa anaenda kuchange result aje? Was he supposed to bring some ballots aweke ndani ndio change result? That he was going to change the result? He was not an IBC person. He was not any official. So angechange aje hizo ma results the way they are saying. Number 2, do you think Ogolla could have sent a message? Na anajua alikuwa kwa serikali, ati atume message yenye inaonekana na intelligence iko, ati you are sending the same message to I'm just giving an example. Kama alikuwa anatumia message Uhuru and then forward the same message to Duale, please grow. Hizo mavitu tumepitia za kudanganya watu ati alikutumia message. Sasa are you trying to perfect what the president is doing? Anyway, mtoto wa nyoka ni nyoka, so we are not surprised. So but don't lie to us that you ulitumiwa messages. And that's why sometimes nasemanga I wish we could not be using the death to justify our sasa saizi, kwa sababu anajua yuko, they can say anything. And unasemanga mimi ningekuwa Mungu ningekuwa Mungu Bernard, ningeamusha Ogolla kutoka huko chini na kuja ajajibu some of those answers zenye wanasema, but because mimi sio Mungu, wacha tu ibaki hivyo. So please, whatever they're arguing, wanatuambia they're just justifying themselves. So Duale, so just unatuambia they are not genuine. And number 2, nimekuambia generals don't hawatumiangi hizo, they don't use messages the way you guys have been using messages, mnatumia na siji nini. No, for them they don't. It's just a call. Ungetuambia alikupigia simu, then at least it's better, but messages, no, I don't think. You're lying to us. And then he's saying that watu wenye walimtuma kwa Bomas wako hapa. Ni Martha Karua alimtuma huko? Ni Kalonzo alimtuma huko? Because those are the guys who are there. Ama ni Orengo alimtuma huko? Ama ni Ruto alimtuma huko? So who was that? And then people club. Yani you wonder. Sasa walikuwa na club ya nini? And they are there. Who was there now? You know, that's why sometimes mimi napendanga ukweli. Just say some of you wenye mliko huko, like you just give an example. Utaje mtu. And then you're able ndio mtu akujibu kama ni kujibu, lakini kusema ati some of them are here just kufurahisha. And that's why nilikwambia Bernard, ile cloud haikuwa ya matanga, ilikuwa ya Kenya Kwanza. That's why you could see them clapping. Otherwise watu wengine ulisikia vile walikuwa, and that's why they didn't want the village guys wako wengi. Nasikia walikuwa wamepima watu wa village wasikuwe wengi juu walijua makelele itajaa, so they had to make sure that they balance. Na kuna watu wengine walikuwa wamekuja nasikia na mabasi, so that in case they wanaongea kitu yoyote, nao ndio walikuwa na clap. So those are the guys who are clapping na kuwapatia hiyo motisha. So from Bernard, from what they are saying, we need to know what was being changed. It's as if they know what was being changed. Sisi hatujui nini ilikuwa inachangiwa. We voted, tulirusha huko. Bernard, I wish you could get those clips. Those clips. Ni ile mimi nilikasirika nikasitupa. Those clips nilikuwa naona wakina Sholei wakitoa some of the papers wakipatiana huko kwa watu wengine. I don't know kama you remember us showing those things hapa. Ni ile tu mimi some of them nilisitupanga, but I could see the way walikuwa wanashika makaratasi zingine, wanashika polepole, wanapitisha chini hivi, wanapatiana kwenda huko. So what was being changed? We don't know what Ogolla was going to change, but for them they know what was being changed. Let them tell us nini ilikuwa inachangiwa, because sisi tuliona vitu zikichangiwa. And remember, if we need to go further, Bernard, you remember even High Court walisema that it was hot air. We were there, we saw what happened kwa High Court. Even some of the files zenye zilikuwa zimeletwa, those some of the evidences zenye zilikuwa zimebebwa na kina Azimio, if you remember, walikuwa wanakuja na wanaenda wana sprint. If you had that thing, wana print, wanaweka zao with whatever they wanted, with some missing things, and then those are the things zenye zilikuwa zinaletwa and they were being presented. If you remember what was happening, singeenda kwa kotini, na wakishafika kotini sikistampiwa, wanaenda wanatoa, wanachukua ile cover ya juu, wanaleta zile zenye ilikuwa, yani I had stories mpaka mimi nikashangaa, nikasema hey, okay, I don't know, but we saw what was being exchanged kwa Bomas. We saw it. So kama Ogolla na yeye aliyekuwa ameenda amebeba vitu mapepa za IBC akaenda kuchange, at least tungeziona hapa sikionyeshana. That is what I can say, but let them not lie to us. Bernard, continue.
Okay, thank you. Biblia inasema the wicked run when nobody's chasing them. If you are genuinely in office and you know you won the election free and fair, why would you be explaining yourself? This is now almost 2 years in office. You have not convinced yourself that you are legitimately in the office, and then of course you are shifting blames. William Ruto said yesterday that General Ogolla confessed to him and asked for forgiveness. Man to man, come to Jesus moment. Today, he sends Duale to now come and change the story that Ogolla did not go to, there's nothing wrong that Ogolla did going to Bomas. And in fact, he did not go to Bomas except on orders. The military and working under orders, did it start yesterday, or that is how the military works? And if he was sent by his bosses, why didn't they mention the bosses and claim it Ogolla? Then, of course, msema pweke hakosi. Hii masuala ya Ogolla inatokana na nani? Na Chebukati. Chebukati sio Biblia, Chebukati sio Mungu ati akisema yale amesema ni kweli. Chebukati alitangaza matokeo ambayo imekataliwa na 4 of the 7 commissioners of IEBC. So these 4 people are mad. 4 commissioners are mad. The whistleblower is mad. The rest of Kenyans who voted overwhelmingly for Raila Odinga, the majority of Kenyans who voted for Raila Odinga, all of them are mad. The only sane people is Ruto and Chebukati. And whatever Ruto and Chebukati say should be taken without question. Kama mnataka kutuibia, kujeni tu na mtangaze kwamba nyinyi wezi, na tunajua kwamba nyinyi wezi, na ikuwe hivyo. Mliiba na imekwama kooni, ndio mmeshindikana. Sasa saa hii mmeanza kueliminate watu ili mjaribu kujifunika uchi, lakini it's too late, it's too bad. Ukweli utajulikana tu, mbivu na mbichi itaeleweka. Nashukuru kila moja, tuendelee kumakinika, kukaribishana. Piga kura yako kama hujapiga, alafu naomba tukue focused. Wale ambao wanakuja kudistract sisi kina Black, tutawapiga kalamu in a short while. All we need here is sobriety. Sobriety in the sense of we are looking for justice, not games. And those who want to deceive us further have no room, not in this space. Asante sana. So nimlete msimamo, ulikuwa umeinua mkono, nikupatia dakika moja. Maunga anasubiri.
Asante sana ndugu Evan kwa nafasi hiyo. Nadhani nitachukua nusu ya dakika, maneno yangu machache nimpishe Maunga endeleze. Unajua swala moja mimi ambalo nilikuwa nazungumzia hapa ni swala la tarehe 15. Na hapo ndipo ambapo nilikuwa naeka akili yangu kujiuliza, hii tarehe 15 ina kikubwa kipi? Kama ni ajali, mtu amepata ajali, nijuavyo mimi msimamo, watu wanazungumzia ajali tu. Kama ni pole za kawaida. Lakini mpaka paingizwe tarehe 15, je, kulikuwa kunatajwa tarehe 15 kusafisha njia, kusafisha jina na kuomba huruma kwa wananchi ambao wao wameshajewa?
Msimamo tutakupoteza, sauti yako mnapotea.
Unanipata sasa?
Hapo sawa.
Yes, nilikuwa nazungumza hivi. Tarehe 15 ndio imekuwa mwiba. Na najiuliza maswali mengi kuhusu tarehe 15. Kwa sababu labda pengine Mungu alitumia hii kauli kuweza kubaini mbivu na mbichi ama ukweli wa maneno. Kwa sababu kama ni swala la kifo Bernard, ni swala la kifo tu. Watu wanazungumzia tu kifo, kama ni cha ajali ni ya Mwenyezi Mungu, ni kawaida. Anayeitwa siku zake zikifika hatuna budi. Na Mungu hataki lawama. Sie wenyewe ndio tutatafuta sababu, lakini mwenyewe ashamuita mja wake. Hilo tulifahamu. Lakini mbona hili linakuwa na ukakasi kidogo kwa hii tarehe 15? Hii tarehe 15 ina uzito gani na masuala mazima na kifo? So labda hii kauli ndio ambayo itatufunulia ukweli kama Wakenya. Maana tutataka kujua zaidi ya hii tarehe 15. Maana huyu anazungumza hivi, huyu naye anazungumza hivi, yani kuna mgongano wa maneno. Ishara wazi kwamba hii tarehe 15, je, ndio ilikuwa sababu ya kumuondoa Ogolla? Nitaachia hapo. Wakenya mimi ninajiuliza tu hilo swali peke yangu. Je, tarehe 15 ndio ambayo ilikuwa na sababu haswa kuondoka kwa huyu jenerali ambaye ni mcha Mungu na alijitolea kulipigania taifa kwa miaka 40? Nitaacha hapo, asante.
Thank you. Msimamo, ngoma ndio hiyo. Tunataka jibu. Ni kusafisha tarehe 15? Nakumbuka si NADCO report tunapaswa kufanya uchunguzi wa nyungu ya majibu ama matokeo ya uchaguzi. So Maunga, karibu.
Asante, habari ya jioni everyone. Now, for some reason, today's event appeared to have brought a little bit of comfort to the extreme excruciating pain some of us were feeling by listening to Joel being stupid, and as such, you know, like at least we've been, you know, like these guys have cheapened the military. Wamecheapen military ya Kenya yani. For one, making our CDF, who was a jet fighter, you know, like an army general who was an aeronautic engineer and then a pilot, a fighter, die in an accident that was that for a plane that had gone up just 2 kilometers, and that this plane hadn't burst into flames by the time it was up, and the eyewitnesses actually confirmed they got them out alive. So who killed them? Because that appears to have been what happened. These so-called survivors, they seem like they were just put there. It's like they're almost at the scene of crime. They shoot down at that particular point so that they can kill whoever is left to be who's alive. You know that this whole thing is shrouded. So by the time we have lost our CDF in the manner in which we have, and then you bring Charlene Ruto to come and speak about someone, honestly, in a village where this guy has siblings, he has a father, he has even say schoolmates who schooled with him. Like, what was that again? Like, I have never seen a joke as serious. Like, this man, in death, he has been made to look like a juvenile joke, man. Like every star that Ogolla had appeared to have been stripped of him in the manner in which he died and the aftermath. And then they bring his son to speak as though he's addressing some village, you know, some market people who don't even understand the full meaning of, like, we're literally, my God, like, what was that again? Like, we need to analyze what exactly happened to us and just realize, and I'm glad that the indisposed Raila opted for a Gor Mahia game instead of going to endorse a murderer in their land. Did you guys see how Ruto threw that bouquet almost ni kama akapanguza mikono, those ones of Thor, nimekuweka nimepumzika. And then he goes and grabs the guy's wife as they walked out. What was that again, by the way? What has been done to the Luo people? What has been done to disgrace my Lego people, for crying out loud? Like, it is not enough that this man, you know, like, it takes you knowing what it means to serve in the military and knowing how those people lose their lives, how those people sacrifice their lives to protect the fact that we're even here. The fact that you're even in our houses right now and Al-Shabaab have not taken over the whole place is as a direct result of watoto wa watu kukaa huko kwa Boni Forest, huko kwa vichaka huko, wanakuliwa na maumbu kubwa kubwa, wanakuliwa na animals strange, wengine wakiuawa wakizikwa kama mainzi kila siku. And yet we are here trying to make a guy who served this country for 40 years, safeguarding that life of his until he allowed them to take it the way it is. Because Ogolla knew those guys were going to kill him on that day. He was, trust me, he was not such a fool to be lured into such a trap that was so clear that he has safeguarded Kenya for a whole year, that we haven't had one Al-Shabaab attack. Now this guy, or rather internally, we may have had casualties when it comes to our soldiers out there, but then internally, he's actually protected us due to his unwavering commitment to the calling. Then there was no way that guy was as daft as everything that happened that day for him to go supervise some useless classrooms and to be put on, as in, they did not have to humiliate that guy in death like that, and during a burial ceremony bring Charlene to tell us she met him once. Therefore, what then brings her there? For crying out loud, there was Paris, his sister, we had been told about. She had amazing things, I'm sure, to say about her brother. This cheeky look that they had. What was that? Then his father, the one who was celebrating 100 years, but on his 100th year, buries his son who had another 40 years, a full lifetime ahead of him. What did that man wish to say to those mourners about his child? Not given a chance. My God, then this, and the military were the ones running this protocol for real. Enyewe tumedharauliwa. Lakini what I'm saying is, ikwe ni blood ya mwisho yenye huyu mtu anamwaga na bado atembea kikaa mfu himself. Ruto looks like a corpse that has not been put in a casket. Sasa hiyo tu ndio imebaki kufanywa. Na Rachel uso yake ni kama imegongwa, ni kama inakuanga panel beat sijui kaya aje. Mungu ana expose. Na ndio mtoto wao ajaze wigi nyingine yenye inakaa kama nini nest sijui ya zenye zinafaa kukuja ku announce kifo yenye inakuja kufanyika kwa familia yao ili hao waende wakaongelele. Angoje baba yake akufe ndio aende akasome speech mpaka full stop. Hauna akili yoyote kwa kichwa yako, then unakuja na discredit matanga watu wenye intellectuals. In our own soil, our legal soil. The soil that has produced some of the best that Kenya has ever produced. You bring us Charlene Ruto to come and look for husbands at our funeral. In fact, angoje baba yake akufe ndio aone kama atapata bwana huko. Lakini asikuja to discredit a servant such as a serious servant such as Ogolla. In fact, Ogolla is rest in peace mahali. Let him cock his bullets right now and shoot for us a few things, by the way. Wacha ikuwe hiyo soil yenye ameenda ni soil ya kwetu kabisa. Yenye ameishikilia na mwili yake. Hajaishikilia na mbao ama na suti ama na accolades zenye ametoa hapa kwa dunia. The soil that he came from, he's touched that soil. Let that soil answer for us. We cannot be put to this level. Alafu bado wanakuja kwetu kutufanyia madharau na vitu. In fact, familia Ruto iklaaniwe. Walaaniwe hii Kenya and beyond any soil. Because of this blood that they've shed. In fact, it's a good thing Shalina alikuja akasimama kwa hiyo soil akaongea ujinga hapo. Yenye iko na mhusu. Akuwa amebeba hiyo kisirani na yote yenye ingebaki ya Lego. Aende nayo apeleke Sugoi na ifuate iende ka clean familia Ruto. Mashetani yao. Asante.
Take it easy. This country has seen so much. We need to clean it up. It will take long to do that. But what I will call upon us to focus on is how to get out of where we are. Because from the look of things, mambo hayakai vizuri. Bwana Black, mimi sitakujibu. Wewe ulianza conversation hapa. Ukasema tribal, sijui what is silly, something like that. You have a style of coming to the show and turning, you running the show from the back on the comment section in your own direction. That is all I fight. If you want us to discuss what you want us to discuss, you have direct access to me. Request, we can put it as a topic. Secondly, you can also start a show and then we come and discuss whatever you want us to discuss on your show. That's my point. If you are discussing here, cry for justice, let's look for justice. And this justice is for Kenya. It's for all Kenyans. That's all we pursue here. We want justice for all Kenyans. Mimi sitaki Mjaluo aonewe, Mkikuyu aonewe, Mkalenjin aonewe. Nataka Kenya kila Mkenya. Naamini our constitution and our essence and existence as a nation is geared towards that. Our founding fathers' dreams was never for the Kikuyus or Kalenjin to reign forever as the rest prostrate and salute. That is not what our founding fathers envisioned. Why are we perpetuating what is unacceptable? So let's mature up and stop being petty. And then, of course, getting personal on the matters that are not don't sanction that. So let's focus. Let's look at the justice. We have had so many question marks. Jacob Juma died saying who was obsessed with killing him. Msando was in the police station over and over, reporting my life is in danger until he disappeared. They cooked up a story. He had gone out due to Mpango Wakando, what. All of that. The widow and the mother of Msando died cursing anyone that had anything to do with Msando's death. All these are painful experiences for this country, and we can't, the list is inexhaustible. We need to raise questions. We need to be uncomfortable in this kind of situation. So if you're encouraging us to be comfortable and do nothing, and then what Maunga is talking about is necessary. Even if somebody is when somebody is dead, and we honor them in their death. One way of honoring them is the kind of people, like for example, in the KDF, the person who was fallen is a general. Okay, the people to carry his coffin and handle his funeral should be on the level of a general. So why should we get people who are nowhere to have an opportunity to speak in the funeral of a general? Okay, they are given time to speak, and the people who are supposed to speak are denied opportunity to speak, and then the funeral is turned into a circus where we are listening to people who shouldn't be listened to. That is part and parcel of the ridicule of the whole thing. Because if non-general are not allowed to carry his body because he's a general, then why should we allow everybody to speak? And then what they are speaking is not related to what's going on. It's all about, I met him once, I did this. Come on. This is not a place for catwalking. This is your manene of fashion. And I think we need to get back to the dignity of our community. If somebody has passed away, let the person be buried according to their traditions. Tradition means I'm a Christian, okay? But I respect people's traditions. Where was Teroburu in this funeral? Okay? I leave that for you to answer me. Where was it? I mean, was it done in private? Why was it done in private? Jaramogi, we saw it in public. Even in Wamala Kijana, they practice a tradition that is not even Louis. Okay? Why should we all things be done in such a way that is fishy? We must ask right questions to get right answers. And as Kenyans, hakuna kunyamaza. Na wale ambao wanataka kunyamazisha, pole. Heshima sio utumwa. Kuheshimu watu katika mila zao na desturi ni muhimu. Na huyo kijana wa Ogolla, mimi sina shida na yeye. Swala langu ni kama hajaelekezwa katika masuala ya nini? Ya mila na desturi, kwa sababu auongei mbele ya wazee wako. Wewe ndio umefiwa, umekuja kuliwa. I mean, people have come to empathize with you. You can't be running the show. So something sinister is about all this and the compromising of the family, like Oburu said. But all in all, ukweli utajulikana na Kenya itapona tu wakati tutakuwa tayari kusikiliza ukweli na kuamini wa ukweli, kusimamia huo ukweli. Tuache kubebwa ujinga. Hii nchi itapona. Itapona wakati wa Kenya wataamua kwamba this has gone too far. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, thank you. Wala wanakaribishana, asante sana. Watu wa X mnafanya vizuri, asante sana. Facebook umekwama mahala pamoja, sijui kuna nini. Kwa mkeni huko tafadhali. YouTube inaongoza kwa mambo haya yote, asante. Hebu nione kura inapigwaje alafu turejee na video moja hapa. Kura inapigwa vipi? Swali tunalouliza usiku wa leo, ama hata ni asubuhi tayari Nairobi. Okay. Swali tunalouliza ni, will Kenya succeed to move on without addressing our historical injustice? Will Kenya succeed to move on without addressing our historical injustices? 149 people have cast their vote, and of the 149 people, 10% say yes, it will move on without addressing our historical injustices, and a whooping 90% say no, we are going nowhere until you are willing to address our historical injustice. Of the 149 people who cast their vote, only 56 have liked the video. Please, let's get back, like the video, and continue with the conversation. We need answers. And I'm calling upon all the people who should be here. Wahusika tafadhali tuingie studio, tukajadili masuala haya kwa kina, ili tupate mbivu na mbichi. Hapa hatushabiki kabila, lakini tunatafuta nini? Haki. Na haki ipeanwe kwa nini? Kwa kabila ya Wajaluo. Si eti ni ukabila, ni the outcry of a particular community, and they're justified to do that because they have seen too much. They have mourned too much. And they did not mourn just anyone. Serious people. And all that happens when they get closest to power. When they begin to show signs that this is it, something happens. That something is never pleasing. Kama ni laana, ifutiliwe mbali. Kama ni makosa, wasamehewe. Lakini lazima mbivu na mbichi ijulikane. So let's listen to Orengo's speech as we get back into the conversation. Innocent, you can be on standby. What did Orengo say on this matter?
Thank you. Anadwa wacho matin, gedoluo tomora bro wacho gi Kisungu. Adwaro ni mondo josiaya duto mondo winj wach ma wacho ni. Wuoyi ma waiko kawuono ni ok en ng'ama inyalo pando. En wuoyi mathuon kendo en ruath. Emomiyo kata kineno liete mang'eny ma ji bedogo, to kinyal neno ka ji owuok oko kaka ji owuok ni General Ogolla. An adwa mitambe mokethre, onge gi marach. An ing'e abe an gi mach moro kama kosim to adhielo. Adwa wacho ni yani kawuono jomotelo ni nyasi ni gin jolweny, the military of Kenya. Adwa wacho nyimo oganda ka ne utimonwa tim maber ka uko wuodwa kaka ukoni. Ago nwero kamano. I wanted to say this briefly. How do we mourn our heroes? We have had many heroes. And I was so happy when Joel was speaking here and he made a wonderful speech that your father took you to Jaramogi's mausoleum. Your father took you to where Achengoneko is buried. And I am sure that your father wants you to be part of the history of his people. I want to say this without fear of contradiction. We have mourned many times, and that's why sometimes people mistake us. We have mourned many times, and we have mourned heroes. We mourned Arguing Skodek. We mourned Tom Mboya. We mourned Dr. Uko. We mourned Odhiambo Mbai. And today we are mourning General Ogolla. I therefore plead with anybody who is here, you must allow Kenyans to mourn their heroes the way they can. When I was coming here, I followed a different route. The one from Luanda to Wagai. And the whole route was full of people waiting for this gallant son of ours. Many were waiting. I just hope that this time around, we will, with the investigations which are undergoing, will come to the final conclusion and outcome of how this happened. And I was taught in investigations, Your Excellency, I was a lead lawyer in the Uko trial. In the Uko trial, there were many investigators, international, FBI, and Scotland Yard. And the first rule in investigations is that you don't rule anything out. If you want to carry a true investigation, don't leave anything out. So we want to be assured that nothing will be left out so that the truth comes out. The truth comes out. Your Excellency the President, just like Atandi has said, when you retire and think of appointing other positions, you see what he has pointed out, that you think of somebody from this community to be in that position. And this constitution does not say that you must vote for so and so in order to be in government. We want a government based on our constitution, so that when these positions are open, like you did in appointing the chief, you open it to the entire republic. Finally, as General Ogolla rests here, I beg you, Your Excellency, that let General Ogolla be buried in doubt, and the lingering doubt. And I was in Bomas of Kenya. I was there. I was not an agent, but I managed to go there. The lingering doubt is that there is this allegation that General Ogolla went to Bomas to try and change the elections. If you accuse Orengo of me, you can accuse me. I can plead guilty. I know, even when I went there, I was just overpowered. I was just overpowered. But if you accuse Orengo, I think that it would be a reasonable accusation. But General Ogolla, the way I know him, and I've gone to see him, even on political issues, and he will tell me, if it is that, wachana nayo. Ata Murkomen told me that when he went to see Murkomen, it was just about development. So Murkomen, iyo uwanja wa ndege, uambie mkubwa, hata mimi nilishamwambia, iyo uwanja ya Gombe, mufanye haraka, tuone ya kwamba huyu generali alikuwa anatupenda zaidi na zaidi. Asanteni sana, na Mungu amweke mahali pema peponi.
Thank you, Governor of Siaya. Your Excellency.
Oh, Bwana Innocent, ngoma kwako. Kuna mtu anauliza, what did Orengo say in Jaluo?
Can I translate?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, could help. Ashono TV anauliza.
Yeah, no. He simply said that what the person that we are coming to bury is a great guy. We've buried several great guys, and then now when I didn't quite cultivate much because most of it then he now translated into English, and then he said when the microphone went off, he then said that, oh no, people should because sasa watu wameanza kuchemka. So akawa cool down, akawambia not to worry, it's just mtambo issues. It's not like what he's saying is what is triggering them. So he's just like the person they're burying is a great guy. There's nothing really much he said that wasn't supposed to be within those people's ears. He was just making the congregation feel like they're part and parcel of it by speaking in the Luo, but there's really not much he said. Then he now changed it to English.
Okay, thank you. Innocent, coming.
I believe what Orengo said is what due diligence has already mentioned kwa charts, ndio ulikuwa umetuwekea hapo kidogo, unaweza ziweka tena tukiendelea kuongea watu wazione. Due diligence hiyo, the ABC of investigations, number 1 is that you assume nothing, you believe nothing, and you check everything. Exactly, that is what Orengo is saying, and I believe alikuwa anajaribu kuambia, but they have listened to both the kids, the daughter and the son. These guys ni kama wamekuwa brainwashed. I didn't know that it was the daughter who welcomed the Charlene lady akuje kuongea. So what Orengo is saying is that let people not temper with anything. Let them not assume anything. Believe nothing means, yani hata mtu akikwambia nini, you believe nothing out of but you check everything. So assume nothing, believe nothing, but check everything. So from what he was saying, I think alikuwa anajaribu kuambia watoto let them cool down, wawache investigation iendelee. I believe what due diligence is telling us hapo tu exactly. These guys are assuming a lot, but they should assume nothing. For them wanaona ni kama hakuna kitu inaendelea, and that's what Orengo was telling them, that wacha watu walie, let them waongee, wacha waongee itoke iishe. So Orengo alikuwa anawanyamazisha vizuri, and I've listened to Charlene. What you're commenting Bernard ni ukweli, and what Maunga was also saying, and from nowhere somebody is introduced on the way, and that's why nilikuwa nakwambia hii matanga iko kwa ya let me say the Siaya people. Hii ni kama ilikuwa imekuwa ni ya Kenya Kwanza, ama ilikuwa ni ya president, mtoto wake, cabinet wake, friends wake, and few people from Nyanza got a chance to pay respect to their fallen hero. So I believe Orengo ndiye alikuwa anajaribu kusema sasa Wacha wa cool down, wacha watu walie. Let them be, let people waongee kila kitu yenye wanataka kuongea na ishi. And from what Oburu also said, many Luos have been either killed or accidents have happened to them. You can remember starting from Wakinouko. There was another guy, what happened there? Alikuwa anaitwa Ochuka ama ni enzi ya Moi? Alikuwa ni nani? Ni Ochuka.
Ochuka was hanged for the so-called
but then
coup.
there was Ongili.
Kuna jamaa alikuwa na evidence ya I think something happened enzi ya Moi, and then alikuwa na evidence ama alikuwa anatakana kutestify akauliwa.
Could be that Ochuka or even Ongili was killed. Even Ongili aliuliwa kama mnyama tu, the same way.
So
na wakatumia Oyugi and wakamalizana na Oyugi wakaua Oyugi. So usually in this country, to bring down a Luo, you use a Luo and you succeed at it. But the moment they are done using you to finish that fellow Luo, then they finish you as well. So mtu kama Rafael Tuju aliponea tu kidogo sana na akina Dalmas Otieno. But otherwise it's been that you use a Luo to finish a Luo and you succeed. That's what the other tribes have known. And that is how come akina Raymond wanatumika, akina nani Owalo wanatumika and everything. Wamekuwa too shocked that things are being snatched off their rugs. Wanashindwa kwa nini vitu zina work out differently. But Raila alitufanyia kitu smart sana. Pole for interrupting Joe. Raila aliwafanyia kitu smart sana. Leo hakutaka kuraba stamp turning up with the murderer and endorsing him for anything. Alimwambia aenda huko pambana na watu vile wanajua kufanya vile wanataka kufanya. Alafu pia wewe ujaribu kufanya vile tuone kama leo mtawezana. And you realize today they are very very cautious. In fact, watu walianza kuheko Luo Shalin later on. I think mpaka nikatamani ningekuwa kwa hiyo crowd. Ningeanza tu na nduru by the way. Kwa sababu anaongea kama nani anakuja kudisintegrate so ilaje akiongea amekuja kuongea kama nani akisema nini. Huo dota wa nani? Huo dota wa Ogolla wangoje baba ya Shalina kukaribu kuenda. Sasa zile ataenda waende wakacheze kwa matanga yao hivyo. Because the truth is, if at all this was a military function, where was protocol? Shalina alikuwa kikuja kuongeza what kind of impetus kwa hiyo nini? Sasa zile wameambiwa wamekuwa brainwashed wakaambiwa endeni mkadanganya Wajaluo. Now you take a whole community of intellectuals, unakuja unachukua watoto wengine wenye wamezali. And you know the problem is, mimi nimezana Mkikuyu. Mtoto nililea in a Luo environment. When this child later joined the father told him, I am glad your mother's side of the family is the one that raised you. Why? Because this boy was cultured. So this boy's grandfather dies in December last year. Do you know, the boy akaenda the very last day, akaenda kaka the whole day na grandfather who was ailing. Came into the country with his grandmother, they sat no grandfather the whole day. The moment that man died, because he was staying in some place in Githurai huko, my son who had never been to Githurai in his life, was driving to Githurai every single day, kwenda nini za matanga. Mimi sikuwaionekana huko. Siku ya burial, nimeenda KU kupokea mwili. Nimekuja nikasema, in fact they came and picked him earlier because I think nilichelewa na 3 minutes. Na watu wa Amerika watambui times kama hizo zangu, wakaniwacha nikawafuata nyuma. Do you know when I arrived? Obviously quietly, I'm a cultured woman. I'm a cultured Luo woman for crying out loud. Nikakuja, I took my place and silently stood there. Do you know my son, because the father wasn't present, so my son stood in the gap because of good upbringing. Na sio tunajipigia debe kwa sababu ni wangu. I'm just simply saying the things that we need to do. We owe it to this land to make sure that we raise the right children who will remain responsible and do the right things. Nikaja nikasimama in my place. This boy alikuwa kitoka pali anatoka, watu wakija, oh Stanley, like this boy, a boy that I birthed into this family, but I was not involved in this family, came back and introduced me to this family. People recognize me because of my son's contribution at the grandfather's funeral. So for the week-long gatherings that they've been having, this boy has been present throughout that week and representing me responsibly. Sio kupayuka na kujaribu kuonyesha that akona misuli and anafaa kuonyesha kwamba ni mtoto alizaliwa na mama Mjaluo mwenye akona akili yake mzuri. So this boy, any of his relatives would come. Oh, Stanley this. Then he would come. Okay, meet my mom. Oh, you and your mama Stanley. Nini. Tukaenda Murang'a. Tulivofika Murang'a, my boys stopped. Tulivoshuka hivi kwa gari, mimi nikaenda nikaketi kwa tent kama wageni wengine. Kijana alishuka akaenda kwa kaburi kukagua kaburi ya guka wake, akakuja. But when speeches were being given, because my son did not have a relationship with this old man, he only got to meet him, I think, 3 times in his lifetime. This boy didn't have much to say about the grandfather. But in his role, tukiwa mog akabeba portrait ya babu yake, anapeleka nini casket ya babu yake akapeleka nini. Sasa na inspect grave ya babu yake, whatever he required to do as a grandson responsibly, he did for his grandfather. And then wakati ambapo watu wanaongea, ukuje kuchanganya nini waombolezaji na your little knowledge by kukuja kuonyeshana. And believe me, Mungu alinibariki na kijana pandikizi la mtu mwenye ako well built and looks good and can articulate himself well and can represent Kenya in a proper way. But kiherehere sikulea. Nililea mtu nikijua kwamba I'm raising a leader. If I'm not here tomorrow, that child should be representative of who I am. Those are the kind of children tunazaa. Wewe unazaa kiherehere mwenye unasema ulipanda na ndege. Umekuja ukadanganya ati huku muona ati umemwona saa zile amekuja hapo mbele. Ulivyomuona hapo mbele, mbona haukutuma handlers wako waambie grab that child out of there? Hiyo kiherehere haitajiki hapa. Na kama ni military walikuwa kirun that protocol, why didn't they do the right thing by us? If it is the daughter who called there. So you mean to say hata vileja fulani tu angetokea hapo mwenye labda alikuwa Kibaki na Ogolla saa zile mama yake anaenda labda tuseme kwa nini kwa shamba something, ama hata rafiki ya baba yake mwenye anaweza akawa little stronger mwenye anaweza ongea, angetokea huko anataka kuongea, wangemkubalia aongee. Kwa hivyo by saying that daughter wa Ogolla au ambao wamelelewa bila kujua what it means to raise a man, you know, this is what will happen. The truth is as follows. I wish to cut them some slack, because the truth is sometimes when you've been raised with a very humble person in your family, so this man, they regarded him in the capacity of their father, so hawakujua how big he is. But for crying out loud, mumelelewa na akili gani kuelewa the prominence of this guy even in his demise? I remember as our brother was the most normal person to us, the most ordinary, spending his free time and everything. Wakati ambapo that man was hospitalized, and that man the news came out 3 months later. The overwhelming, baba alikuwa ametoka COVID, alitoka kwa kitanda sijui hospitali sijui wapi, akaleta pesa mwenyewe hakutaka kutuma proxy, met with my sisters, he was visibly weak, gave them $1 million bob, akawambia hii iende towards Benjamin's hospital bill. Uhuru did the same thing. That's when my brother was calling from Saudi and asking, who was our brother? Who was this man? And from that point on, when the Kenya rugby people came and told us, we wish that you give us an extra day with this man. We want to take him to KRU, where he spent the whole of his life. Let the fans come and interact with him. Let us give him that final clap and everything. We stepped back, allowed them to run the protocol the way they wanted. Their people wakakuja wakatoa nini vile wangetoa, na hiyo heshima tukawapatia, because this was a national figure. He was no longer ours. But the truth is, we respected Kenya enough to know that Kenya gave him an opportunity to fly their flag and mention himself as the coach of Kenya. Not the coach of, not Aimba. Not representing the Aimba people, not representing Benjamin, but rather representing Kenya. We gave Kenya an opportunity to honor their fallen hero in that manner, because it is the right thing to do. And when you allow that kind of protocol to happen, then you have a generation that you have bred that makes sense of themselves and understand themselves. But hii ya Ogolla hii, yenye mtoto wake anakuja na kupayukia kama paroti ya nini akituambia how we should mourn. He forgets that those are taxes being paid. He forgets that even some of us, our children, can be CDF tomorrow. Atutaki wakuje waangushwe, alafu tuambiwe ati ilikuwa ni vile ilifanyika. Some of us, it will not get, some of us would properly show them what it means. I would strip naked to them. Waone pali yo mtoto wangu alitokea, because I am a mother in this soil. And I am not, my land is not going to be disgraced because people think to make a mockery out of it. Sasa, kama we had a mixed tribe coming into our land, wakazaa watoto huko, come and culturally understand who the Luo people are and how they honor their dead, and more specifically, people who represent something that big. The first CDF in Luo Nyanza, the first one to ever be assassinated, the first CDF to ever be assassinated in this country, remains in the annals of the history of this nation. So the truth is, we were embarrassed that burial was a sham, and it ought not have happened that even in our land, Ruto comes and does that, and God should answer by fire. And Ogolla, where you are, let your blood cry for our land. Let Ruto pay for, if nothing else, let him pay for what he did to you at your burial today. One of the most prominent men in our land being buried like a babe. Stupid.
Back to Innocent. Ama, let's bring in a video and then you come in. My God. Let's see.
It is now my singular honor and pleasure duty to invite the ACDF PNL to read the biography and thereafter invite the VCDF. ACDF, sir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, sir. Permit me to ride on established protocols. I have the honor and singular duty to read the biography of the late General Francis Omondi Ogolla. My name is Major General David Ketere, the Assistant Chief of Defense Forces in charge of personnel and logistics. The late General Ogolla was my mentor, and I was directly answerable to him on personnel and logistic matters. General Francis Omondi Ogolla was born on 12th February 1962 in Siaya County. He was enlisted into the Kenya Defense Forces as an officer cadet on 2nd May 1984 and commissioned as a second lieutenant on that May 1985, upon which he was posted to Moi Air Base, where he trained as a pilot. During his career in the Kenya Defense Forces, General Ogolla held several command, staff, and instructional appointments. In command, he was appointed the commanding officer, Laikipia Air Base, Tactical Flight Wing in 2007, and also the base commander, Laikipia Air Base, from the year 2008 to 2014. Upon promotion to brigadier on 10th April 2012, he was appointed the Deputy Air Force Commander and later on promoted to a Major General on 13 July 2018 and appointed the Commander, Kenya Air Force. On 23rd July 2021, he was also promoted to the rank of a lieutenant and appointed the Vice Chief of Defense Forces, a position he held till 28 April 2023, when he was promoted to the rank of a general and appointed the Chief of Defense Forces. From my interaction with the late General Ogolla, I can attest that he had the welfare of the Kenya Defense Forces at heart. He ensured that he frequently visited troops in both deep and close operation areas and promptly addressed challenges in the field. He encouraged members of Kenya Defense Forces to keep fit, and this he led by example, by ensuring he attended bi-weekly sporting activities at this complex facility. His last group physical activity was the annual Defense Forces Physical Readiness Test, which was conducted this week on Tuesday, 16 April 2024, on this very ground. Being the Chief of Defense Forces, he did not have to attend the exercise due to his extremely busy schedule, but he chose to lead from the front by participating in the exercise. Just like the rest of KDF personnel, in sync with his command philosophy, one force, one mission. Due to his dedication to service, the late General Francis Omondi Ogolla was awarded several medals, among them Elder of the Order of the Golden Heart, Elder of the Panning Spear, Head of State Commendation, among others. The cruel hand of death has robbed his family of a loved one. Kenya Defense Forces, the country has lost a patriotic and hard-working general officer. He will be missed by his family, relatives, colleagues, friends, and nation at large. I wish to express my deep condolences to his wife, Madam Eileen Kadambi Ogolla, his children, Lona Acheng Omondi and Joel Rabuku Omondi Ogolla, his daughter-in-law, Mudhoni Njenga Mwaura, his grandson, Master Tajim Bagara, his friends, family, relatives, and colleagues. May the Almighty God rest his soul in eternal peace and grant abundant comfort to members of his family. Your Excellency, sir, it is my humble duty and honor to kindly invite the Vice Chief of Defense Forces to give his remarks. VCDF, sir.
Over to you, Innocent.
Yeah. Let me continue from where we left in Maunga. So these kids let the Luos down, and especially the elders of that community. And from the look of things, if you look at the thing, the chronology of events, the way they happened, you wonder, when did this guy, the son and the daughter, meet Wakina president and other people? Because they were saying ni kama sasa they have been meeting, because whatever they are alluding at, let Charlene come and speak something to us. Ni kama walikuwa wamekaa pamoja wakiongeleshana something, and then wakajua kuna kitu anataka kuongea, akakuja kuongea. So funeral like those ones, you don't just allow all the people at the, you see, like
Innocent, let's put that in perspective. I think what happened is, Charlene tried to get, according to what Ruto said, if we can believe him for that, tried to get Ruto to put her on the speech list. Akakata, katakata. So what she did is she used her closeness to the daughter of the general, now on friendly grounds. Ni ile tumefika huko ni vile watu wetu wanakuja. So wazee nyinyi huku tunapanga mambo yetu, lakini watoto wamekubaliana huko kwamba wewe ukiitwa, kwa sababu definitely uko kwa program, unislashie some 2 minutes. Then, so it was an agreement between the two girls on how she will sneak into the program. So it was even oblivious of the protocol and the people who are running the program. And that's what Maunga is saying. It is born out of indiscipline, okay? Kwenda kwa watu na uheshimu mpaka unataka kuharibu, kuingilia program isiyokuwa yako. I'm a minister of the church. I've gone to many funerals. If I don't have any role, I don't have to speak. Their funerals I've gone, the best I've done was a cameraman. That's shoot, that's all. So you don't have to go and push. You have to say something. That's the bad manners. And that's the manipulation that we are talking about. That you get into a small space, you want to take advantage of maybe the public or the televised program, ili uonekane. That is all that is here. And that is what I support Maunga. That is bad manners. Bad upbringing. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, you put it the way I wanted to put it. Ni ile mbona unaninyang'anya maneno yangu kutoka kwa mdomo, but you've already said what I wanted to say. I was trying to go around it ndio ni bring that way. So these guys ni kama they had something they walikuwa wanataka tu kuongea, na nimekwambia hii kitu ni kama ilikuwa ya familia ya Ruto ama friends wa KK ndio walikuwa wanataka kuongea, hawakuwa wanataka the other people waongee. And kujiosha vizuri, akaona leo hata ongea, wacha wachie Ndwala aongee, na hawa watoto ni kama walikuwa the way we said, ni kama waliambiwa what to say. Wakianza kuongea then they chip in, huyu the daughter na yeye aongea kidogo, but it was out of order. Hata kitu walikuwa naongea hakuna kitu ilisaidia ama nini, there was nothing yenye walikuwa wanaongea yenye ingetufaidi. So they just spoil the mood. They spoil the mood. The funeral, they really did it. You know, I like the way Orengo did. Orengo akilete Oburu alikuwa amejua nini anataka kuongea. That's how they organized, and that's why unaona like Raila was not supposed to be there. They organized. I don't know kama Kalonzo aliongea, sikuona, sijaangalia the whole full speech, but I don't think aliongea. Wakina Martha Karua kama waliongea.
Kalonzo did and invited Mother Karua. The two of them spoke briefly.
Okay.
But I agree with you. Orengo played. Okay, Orengo is mature. He knows that. Oburu is an elder. Okay. So when Orengo is invited to speak, because we are in Siaya County, he is the governor. He calls the most senior most member of the community, who is also a leader, to speak
He's a
first.
senator. Actually, Oburu is the senator of Siaya.
Oburu is a senator of Siaya,
Yes.
but he's from the Odinga family and is the senior most. So he was not only speaking on behalf of the low community. You saw even the way he adorned himself. Alivaa ile kofia Jaramogi. So he was tracing the history lane. And that's what he was calling the Ogolla son to understand. We have not started here. There is where we are coming from. And when we speak, we know what we are talking about. So hiyo kunyoa kwako ambao umekuletea hapa haifai. Go ahead. Nancy, there is something wrong with your connection. Reboot, hakikisha kwamba una nini, your device is well connected. Endelea bwana Innocent.
So walitulete down sana, and from the speech that I wish you, that's why I was asking kama kina Kalonzo waliongea, and whatever they said, at least ndio tujue whatever they said kama ilikuwa also inaguza vizuri, because I told you Bernard, it's high time that these guys wenye wanajiita sasa ndio opposition, wakina Kalonzo, wakina Martha Karua wakiongea something, you see like now from what we are speaking today, Orengo na Oburu ni kama ndio waligonga ndipo, and wakina Kalonzo ndio wanajiita ndio wanataka kuchukua kutoka kwa baba, and they cannot they cannot at least
they don't have punchlines ama talking points.
So like let them be wakiongea. I was telling you jana Bernard that baba akiongea the next day unaiona hiyo kitu iko kwa newspaper ama jioni ama social media, ni kama inaichukua na inaanza kuwa trendy. But sasa Kalonzo wakiongea na Martha Karua unaona haileti kitu, then let them at least pull up the socks, ndio wakiongenga kitu inaguza vizuri. And by Raila not being there, these are some of the things like na waachia chance na waonekane like wakina Kalonzo na Martha Karua. So you can see what Orengo and Oburu did, and they stole the show, especially from the opposition side. So ndio tunasema wakina Kalonzo nao wakianza wacha waende wakiongea hata kama those 2 minutes ama nini, but when you talk wacha ikuwe ni bunching information yenye watu watashika na waanza like we can discuss it maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 days kuendelea. Umetupatia some information yenye walikuwa naongea jana from the clip you've already shown to us, and you can see the way huyo jamaa wa jeshi vile alikuwa ana give the history. Yani they were disciplined, wanatuambia kitu tu straightforward na tunaelewa what is, but ukipata watu wengine wakiongea kama hao vijana watoto wake walikuwa wanaongea vitu out of the touch, they were wasting our time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Innocent, for that outlook. Thank you everybody. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike. Watu wa X, asante sana. Umekuwa mstari wa mbele. Facebook ndio huko sijui tutahamia. Inaonekana overseer wenu hayuko. But let's keep up. Let's keep up. Thank you. Namuona Julia amefika. Julia, tutakukaribisha na ipi? Hebu niangalie. Okay, here we go. Which one is this? Okay. Just a moment. We'll take a short break. When we come back, tumlete Julia.
Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Sisi vile vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Look at Liberia today. Where are the clinics? Where are the schools? Where are the streets? Where are the roads? Not because we couldn't build them, but the monies have been diverted to individuals. And what are these individuals? They go outside the country, they buy houses, but the country that they make the money from, they are afraid to use the money there. So they go out. They forget that there are hundreds of children here that are not going to school. There are no medical. I have a very close friend now who is sick in Foya. He could have been brought here by helicopter, but where are they? Corruption is a poison. Whatever it touches, it destroys. It deprives people from having good roads. It deprives others from having good medical facilities. You're always wishing to go elsewhere when you can have it right here. That's what corruption does. It destroys a nation. It makes people become disrespected because people think we are a country living on handout when we shouldn't be.
Mheshimiwa Martha Karua, this is NTV. We don't know if you have a minute to just say your final words to the general live on TV. Please, Martha Karua. Come closer. Yes, we are right now being joined by NAK Kenya party leader on NTV. She has just arrived here at the Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School to pay her last respects to the Chief of the Defense Force, General Ogolla. If you can look at the camera there, and even as you did a statement 2 days ago about the safety of our military equipment and our military officers, but you have actually come to pay your respect to a man who has dedicated 40 years of his life to serving the country. How would you best remember General Ogolla?
As a professional, as a patriot, who did the best for Kenya and for the military. It is very sad that we are laying him to rest today, and that the very people he secured failed. The country that he secured failed to secure his flight. Questions will linger, and we hope that after this send-off, investigations will take place in earnest and give us the much needed answers. We need to know where his designated chopper was and what is exactly happening in that area.
Well, and in your statement, even as you allow it to you to go sit, you asked about the safety of the equipment of our military officers, not just the general, but the entire Kenya Defense Forces and everyone serving the country. Perhaps you may want to give us the details of where that was coming from and what we hope to achieve maybe in the next coming days.
Very briefly, just to say, the military secures all the flights of their commander-in-chief. The second most important person whose security they mind is their own Chief of Defense Forces, CDF. In this case, the CDF was let down. We need to know what is happening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Martha Karua, a leader, Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Coalition, also the party leader, NAK Kenya, speaking about how she remembers General Ogolla and also raising questions about that particular crash and calling for investigations.
Okay, thank you. Good points there by Mother Karua, and that's what we seek and we need to get. Now, quickly, before I bring in Julia Mwaliwetu. Now, watu wa comments, ebu tafadhali hiyo temperature weka chini. Staki kwanza kublock watu, tafadhali. Slow down. Let's not attack each other. Stop that personal thing completely. We respect everybody on this platform. The only thing we don't entertain on this platform is propaganda. That religious war you want to begin is unacceptable. Let's forget it. Please, let's forget it. I am a Christian. I'm a pastor, okay? But I don't impose my faith and my belief on you. I hope that through my conduct and through my preaching, you can be convicted and believe what I preach and be converted. That's okay. But I don't impose it, and I don't say Christianity is better than this, and because we are not in any comparisons of which religion is better than the other. So let it end there. I don't want it anymore. Please forget it. Let's focus on cry for justice. Your community demands answers on CDF Ogolla's death and the pattern of accidents that seem only to be targeting the people of Nyanza, to say the least. Due diligence there reminding us. Mother Karua has asked a very important question. The CDF has a designated military chopper. Where was it? It is being rumored that somebody in State House ordered that he will use that chopper, and another chopper was put hurriedly together for the CDF to use. And instead of him leaving through Isli Air Base, he left through Wilson Airport, public commercial airport. Why? So we must get to the bottom of that. Wala watu manataka kudistract tuingie kwa masuala ya dini na nini, achaneni na hiyo story tafadhali. Thank you. Julia, karibu.
Asante Bernard, sorry for kwa kamera niko pahali siwezi weka camera on. Pole sana Bernard, you have to sort out that small, I don't know what they are doing in the comment section. Wewe ndiye headmaster.
Dadil na usijali, asante.
Manage your class yako. So I just came in. I've been a very sad person. And okay, Innocent, I think you watched that. Personally, Mother Karua is one of the people who have spoken sense. So far, among the few, I'm telling you, Innocent, I have been very disappointed with our politicians. And ni vile tu leo nimeona Oburu akiongea sense and Orengo But previously, I've been very disappointed about this, the death of Ogolla, and how our politicians have been handling this issue. But when I saw Oburu's talk, I was kind of feeling, yeah, at least there's a man who can stand and say something. Then I also had Orengo. But I didn't like this, you see, Your Excellency, His Excellency nonsense. It has been annoying me so much. But when I saw Mother speaking, I am very proud of Mother. And I'm still saying, Mother is among the only man standing for Kenya, among the few men standing for this country. I will say that again and again, because she can ask pertinent questions that the other politicians are not willing or will not even dare to ask. Now, why I'm saying I'm very sad, I was very sad to see that suspected murderers went to home ground to bury their victim, and they were very okay with it. That made me so sad. Okay, when I heard that there were only supposed to be 50 people, I did not expect the whole government to be there. I was thinking the family, the clan. Kwani Bernard, mkihesabu clan, sijui ni wengi. Who is supposed to bury your people? You people tell me here.
See, Jesus said, let the dead bury their dead. Even biblically, the immediate family is priority, not strangers.
So what were these people doing that home? I mean, what was the... Okay, of course, you may have borrowed a few soldiers now to carry the body into the grave because he's a soldier, and presumably the top soldiers. But then I thought ceremony yote iliisha huko. Kwa nini? Ilikuwa kwa shule ama kwa kanisa? Sio ceremony ifanywa kwa kanisa. Sasa wao walienda kwa graveyard tena kufanya nini? I mean, that is an insult on the Luo community. A big insult that broke my heart. If we suspect that you are the one who has hurt me, I think you should have enough courtesy and respect to stay away. Just stay away. Just stay away. We mourn our dead. Just stay away. Stay away. We mourn our dead. Just stay away. Give us your peace. That broke my heart. And then I am hearing that Shireen had to say something. As who? For what? You people, Bernard, I refuse to buy your theory. There was nothing like Shireen speaking to the little girls to allow her to speak. It was planned because Ruto took over this whole funeral.
Exactly.
Yeah. There was nothing like ati Shireen alishtukia akafikia hao watoto akawambia ati tafadhali munipatie nafasi niongee. Ruto took over the whole funeral, and me, it is hurting me so much. Me, I don't know what happened with Ouko. Did Moi go to bury Ouko? I mean, this is so bad. Did Kenyatta go to bury, what was the man that Kenyatta killed? Tomboy and who? What is the name of the Kikuyu man?
JM Kariuki.
JM Kariuki. Did he go to bury JM Kariuki? Because everybody, even the Kikuyus, believe that the Kenyatta government was behind the death of Tomboy and JM Kariuki. Did they go to bury them? Me, I find it very disrespectful. Hata kama sio wewe, just keep away. People are mad. People are mourning. Just give them some respect. That was high madharau, like mutadu. That is what I saw personally. That mutadu. That is a picture I saw. And then bring your daughter. For what? We all have who doesn't? Everybody has a daughter here. I mean, we have children. The Luos have their own children. Doesn't that clan has their own girls who could have
exactly, Julia? See,
Yeah.
probably even Ogolla may have had nieces from to talking Paris.
Yes. If my daughter cannot speak on my behalf, my daughter has cousins who can speak. That is how it goes. That is how it goes. Bernard, you have a clan. If there's a thing in your home and you decide you only have 50 people, your family and your clan are the ones who will be there. The rest, when it comes to family issues, akunanga cha serikali. It is my my thing, my family. It is not government thing. So they gave them enough respect and allowed them to stay, to come for the. I mean, we had 2 ceremonies, I think, in Nairobi, and I think the one in the school. That was enough for the members of the public and government officials who wanted to show off and all that blah blah blah. Like Baba said, funerals are not places to show off and do all that drama. But they had enough opportunity to do that. Okay? Now, why follow them to their homestead and then bring up this little girl to represent who? It is very sad, like somebody said here, that the families that have been hurt yeah, according to Matu, and a guilty man stays close to the crime scene, that they hear what the walls say now. Yeah, he's stuck to them. That is another thing. And that family is not going to have peace. Because, okay, if I want to be fair to that family, in one way, they could be terrified and traumatized. First, your mama, she must be a traumatized person. Whoever, if such a thing happens to, such a thing has not happened to me, but those who have lost their spouses, I think you lose sense of direction. Even parents, some of us lost parents. You can't make sober decisions at that particular point. You let somebody else do it. So your mama, I don't think she was in her normal state of even just saying no to whatever is happening. And even for now, for quite some time, people take advantage of her before she comes back to herself. Now, those youngsters, I don't know how old they are. If I want to give them the minute, that boy annoyed me so much. He's lucky he's not my son, but because I would have dealt with him today, I would have been dealt with him. But I'm thinking they are young. You people, you have children of that age. First, these children don't even watch news. They are so ignorant. Hawajui kunaendanga aje Bernard. So when we were all in April.
Just a minute, Julia, just a minute. King Solomon, your gadget is not well done. Restart. Carry on,
Bernard,
Julia.
you have children. They are kind of ignorant. They are very ignorant. Na hawaelewi hata vile kunaenda. Huyu kijana ameamkia, amegundua baba amekufa na amegundua sasa serikali inampea attention, and probably he has been given a lot of goodies and all that. So he's super excited and he's forgotten the father is dead, and he doesn't know once the government goes away, he'll remember his father and he'll be very sad and depressed. He'll literally break down. He will miss the support of his dad, because nobody can replace his father. Even if the mother was to remarry, nobody can replace his father. I don't know whether he's aware of that. So he's talking nonsense and trash left and right, picking fights with bloggers because of he cannot even go read the news and ask himself, why is the whole country reacting, even those who are not Luos? The whole country is in uproar. See, it is just black here who is behaving weird. But normal people, normal Kenyans, even normal Kalenjins are in uproar. Okay? So anybody who doesn't see this thing to be a big deal, something is very wrong with their mental faculties. You hear me, Black? Something is very wrong with their mental faculties. Now, so for this boy to come rubbish in the bloggers and all that, that is so annoying. Somebody should give a small little talk to that boy, tell him to shut up and take care of his mama and his sister. I think they have 2 sisters or something. So someone should tell him to shut up. He's now the man of the family. Now, however, if what I'm fearing is true, that wameita hiyo familia kando, we saw the case of Dr. Robert Uko. I think I was too young to know what was happening. But when I read what happened now, I understand that the family jumped to the side of the government. And even after the Scotland Yard and all that came and unveiled so many things that even brought in people like brought into the picture, the family was still on the side of the government and pretending that nothing happens. I don't know whether it is fear or intimidation or it is blackmail or it is bribery, whatever works. But if I were that family, it is time to leave the country and spill the beans of anything that they have been told. Now, so that was disappointed me so much when I watched closely. I didn't want to watch, but I came back home and looking at YouTube. That is all what was going on. And then the cameramen were focusing on Ruto and Rachel so much, and Rachel's eyes were swollen. I don't know whether they are forever swollen, but I was asking myself, had she been weeping, or is she also trying to deal with what happens around her, or is she the guilty? Now, but what surprised me, Ruto sat seemingly composed, and I was asking myself, if what Kenyans suspect him for is true, how can he be seemingly composed in burying the person whom he suspected to have gotten rid of? That is, I'm saying if those allegations are true, we can call them allegations. So I'm thinking that if Ruto respected this family, he should have kept away, him and Gachagua should have kept away this funeral. Kwa Boma, waende tu aseme ni mambo ya familia, wacha familia sasa ikazike mwenda zake. That is, we should have seen that. And then bringing Sharin was even to add salt into injury. That was total disrespect. Kwani hiyo family haina watu wa kuongea. That was very bad, Bernard. And I had to pray for myself to overcome this bitterness, because I am asking myself, for how long will people be assassinated and the assassins get away with it? Ruto said that never. Why was he say he went ahead on insulting us, saying never again? He went ahead to insult us. She just have kept quiet, or she just have said that napenda rambirambi zangu kwa family, and I pray that God gives them strength. He could have just said that. I don't think he believes that he lied to anybody. Maybe he lied to his idiotic supporters, but I don't think he lied to anybody else. Kenyans, irrespective of which tribe, they cannot read between the lines. The questions Mother Karua asked are very pertinent. Why was this plane changed? Why was the designated plane changed for this man? Why didn't the military protect this man? They all check and counter-check his jets. Now, how did two people survive? Are there chances that this man was already dead by the time the plane went down? Are there chances that the 10 people are already dead by the time the plane went down? How did these two people escape? How? Now, I am sorry to ask this if you are from the Luo community. The fact that he is to be buried within 72 hours. If I was a detective, I could be asking myself, is it an opportunity to hide any evidence from this man's body? Because if he decomposes as fast as possible, then more evidence will be hidden. And Luo community will tell me they have a tradition of burying someone without a coffin. I think I saw that. I don't know whether in Luya or somebody was buried seated, or I don't know. There are lots of traditions people do. I respect them. But even burying without a coffin, is that another move to hide the evidence, to make sure that the body decomposes as fast as possible? If I were a detective, I would call to the court and request that body be exhumed, and we do more thorough tests on the causes of death to make sure that we have reasons beyond reasonable doubts that these people died on impact, or because of the flames, or the gas. Not that maybe they may have been dead before the plane went down. Is anybody thinking like that?
Yes,
Or
I am.
just thinking that are we not thinking like that? I mean, I know there are Luo traditions. Yes, I respect that. I know. But this death is not a normal death. It is somebody who had people who may have had an interest in having this man dead. They even said it. Ruto said that this man wanted to overturn his will. Sudi said he didn't understand why this man was appointed as the general. You know, in these other countries, Bernard, if you die, the first thing, whether you die a natural death, whether you are found dead in the house because you had a heart attack, they will start investigating whether anybody was going to benefit from your death. And those people, therefore, usually become the first suspects. So whether the plane exploded, we need to know, why these people dead when the plane exploded? Come on, we cannot be so naive Kenyans. And this thing just came up that he said he should bury between 7 minutes and 2 hours. He should be buried without a coffin. He should be buried. Okay, fine. He's dead. He said that. But this man died in a way that we are curious to know why he died and how he died. So before we start saying he should be buried, burying is important. Yes, 22 hours is important. But we need to find out why he died and how he died and whether he was actually. Nobody has given us that report. So me, I have those questions. Bernard, and if Kenyans are not asking these questions, it is sad that we lost once again another of Kenya's heroes, just like that. Asante Bernard.
Thank you, thank you. Too sad that history keeps repeating itself in this country, and we don't take matters to heart. Maybe quickly on the issue of coffin is not a big deal because traditionally we didn't use coffins until Muzungu was here. People are wrapped in blanket and all that, and they get buried. So that is not an issue. But the issues of that, because a fighter jet pilot not succeeding to jump out of a chopper, helicopter, doesn't add up. That's why that angle of they were already dead before the plane fell. That's a very serious lead that needs to be looked at. On the other hand, the boy is uncultured. The Ogolla boy is uncultured, and I don't know why he is uncultured. Because when a funeral like that happens, I remember when my dad passed away, I'm the 8th born in the family. So despite the fact that I'm a spiritual leader and all that, when it comes to the burial of my father, I play my role, but I have 7 people ahead of me. Okay? These 7 people lead the way, I follow. And such a funeral, it's more presided over by senior angles. You don't play a major role as a child. So this flamboyant and all this take over the show, run the show, it is beginning to smell like Shalini Ruto. Okay? Anasukumwa aende kuonekana. Anasukumwa na nani? What is chasing him? So this is a funeral that he should have taken a back seat. Okay, let the elder lead the way because they know the tradition, they understand how a firstborn is buried and things like that. You don't go play a frontline role in the funeral of your father as if your father did not have a brother, your father did not have a father, your father did not have anybody senior in the clan. Things are not done that. In the African setting, everything is done orderly. So the boy is out of order, and if he is being pushed by, of course, the culprits, then it is understandable, but you need to have a brain of your own. Unapaswa kujua wakati unatumiwa ama wakati unatekeleza wajibu wako. And then respect for your father means keep off side shows. Keep off side shows. One of the things that is making Ruto looks, bad every time is responding to everything. If you know this area is problematic and you're being pushed to talk about it and you're not ready to talk about it, avoid it. Just stand up, like we're told in preaching classes. stand up, speak up, shut up. You don't have to begin to add things to what you came to say. So he places himself to the defense. He begins to defend himself. And in the process, his role of leadership just falls on the ground completely. It shows he's not mature to know what to say, where, and what to respond to, and what not to respond to. Now that investigations are underway, the only commitment required is that they will be thorough, okay? You don't begin to defend yourself on this. I called the general, I had a Jesus talk with him, and Who asked him to explain? The owners of the general know the general. They say the general cannot do what you're telling him to do. When you provide evidence that he did, so you want the children and the family to doubt their father and believe you as who? They don't know you, they just met you. This is the man who has raised them. There is something they know about the general that we don't know. So why should Ruto's word be taken over the family word about their father? And so this is that scenario of, trying to defend yourself because you are guilty. That's the only explanation. The guilty are always running. And no matter what is being said, here there is more than we are being told. And that theory of these people being dead before the plane landed is a very, very, viable issue. And it's a similar thing that happened to the Saitoti crash. The Saitoti crash, according to the analysis, those people, there was only one person who was alive in that helicopter and jumped out before it went into flames. That person, it appears, is the one who spread the plane with that gas, so that made these people pass out before as soon as the plane took off. So these people who are survivors should be taken as suspects in the first scenario, okay? Because when you are in a plane and there is imminent that's going to crash, you don't block the way, okay? You open the door and facilitate people to jump out. That's what you do. And being a soldier, that's what you do. You open the door, and if there is a lady or a woman, the ladies first. You ensure that they are safe. Kila mtu apewe nini parachute yake, wateremke. You enter into the rescue mode. How did it happen that they are the only ones that got out? How? So mambo mengi tu hapa, but the guilty are always running, and so what Ruto is doing is clear, and he micromanaged the funeral. He micromanaged the funeral, the program, and all that. Even the army did not do what they wanted to do. And all of it is because of the narrow-minded brains that were deployed in running the show. And the show was marketed themselves to the Luo community, hoping that the Luo community is going to buy into their lies and follow them. The Luo community has been in the struggle for all this while, and I don't see them withdrawing any soon. And so if we will make this country great, we should accept that everyone is in this country by right and constitutionally protected, and no community is superior to any, and no Kenyan is superior to another. And so whatever that they are trying to sell to us should not be taken just on the surface. And so the disrespect, the turning the funeral into a family issue that is not even, being handled with honor. I expected, if it's military, and the military need to be felt. But that was not there. It was hardly there. The military became like ushers in the church. Beba pereka, rudisha. Beba pereka, rudisha. But they were supposed to take charge, take control, their presence to be felt, their order to be seen. It was all in the back. Why? Because somebody wanted to score political points. And that's the madness we are in, want to score political point even on the death of somebody, and the person has died in unclear circumstances. People are asking questions. It's too bad. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you everyone. As we continue to engage, asante sana wale ambao mnatujoin. Stony PK sijui mko wapi? Mimi masaa yangu ndio hayo.
Bernard, I have a question.
Yes.
Duare said something. Do you have that clip of what Duare said?
Yes, exonerating governor or whatever general about Bomas.
So that now the story has been, Ruto said that Ogolla went to overturn his win from in Bomas. Therefore, Ruto stands to benefit with Ogolla's death. Unajua kama ingekuwa states hapa US, that would have been the theory. One of the people who starts to benefit in his death is Ruto. So suspect number one. Another suspect number two is Sudi. Sudi said that Ogolla should not even be appointed. Suspect number two, saizi wangekuwa ndani kama ingekuwa hapa America. So now they are changing the theory because the discussion is around that so much. So if you have that clip, you can play for us. And that thing, somebody is saying that you can even kuwa gas kwa plane. Did the pilot die? If the pilot died, like you have asked a question, that even in a passenger plane, people are always told if something happened, hapo kuna parachute hapo juu, kuna gas mask, kuna 1, 2, 3. So these are trained soldiers. And the flight was not airborne, like in a safari from one end to another. It had just taken off, then it came down. So they saw that. So they had room to jump and to escape. Why they didn't escape? So something happened. Something happened inside the plane. These two people who escaped, they may be suspects, but they may be killed soon so that they don't talk. So Bernard, kama uko na hiyo clip ya Duale unaweza tuchezea as you allow others to come in. Asante.
Okay, sawa. But sahi nimeanza kutafuta admin So mtafutie Stone PK. Nimeona Kenyan would love. Did you come with love or you came with hate? Just hold on. Don't answer that first. About that plane scenario, I just thought of, when the plane is problematic, the people in the plane, all of them were locals, okay? Locals means they know the terrain that they were in. There was no sea around. There was no lake around. There was no waterborne, whatever, vast land with water. So jumping out would not be, you wouldn't be afraid because you will you drop in the sea in nowhere or something like that. So whatever that is at play here is very suspicious. 5 minutes takeoff and you come down and nobody jumps out of the plane. That is very suspect. So hawa watu ambao, I think the pilot also died, but kuna mambo mengi tu, because na hiyo plane silikuwa imebeba that was the third landing, okay? The third landing. They were in Turkana, they came and then did the supervision, they went off. They were going to the third place. So kama kulikuwa na abracadabra ilifanyika hapa while they were supervising this other primary school, wherever classroom, before they got back into the plane, because they left Nairobi, got to Turkana, did the first ceremony, went to the second ceremony, they were going to the third one. So even that mechanical nini, kuna story mrefu hapa.
Or Bernard, sorry for the last time I talk. Or they were all killed in the plane, including the pilot. So the plane maybe had not even mechanical problems, and the two guys jumped out. That could be another theory. Asanteni.
Okay, asante sana. Let's keep engaging. Thank you everybody. Tuendelee kukaribishana, naamini hii mdahalo utaendelea mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Tuangalie masuala haya kwa kina, lakini historia yetu sio nzuri. Tumepoteza watu wengi kwa njia ya utatanishi. Lazima tuanze kuuliza maswali haya. Tusipoyauliza na tusiposimamia haki, hapa kutaharibika. So please let's engage and keep moving. Nampatia nani? Reverend Lala, alafu King Solomon, wewe ulikuja na gadget ambayo haija kuingia. Hakuna mtu amekuzuia kuongea. So subiri hapo.
Bernard, let me get it in 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. Thank you. So we push it to King Solomon. And why in darkness, King Solomon? King Solomon, you're not there. Aya, Kenya would love. King Solomon, wewe. Aya basi, nimeona sura yako. Karibu. Unmute.
Hamjambo, how are you? How are you? Thank you, Bernard, moderator. Asanteni sana. Forgive me for the technicalities here. But I believe we are mourning. And maybe that's why we are a bit here and there. So, fellow panelists, Hamjambo, Bernard, long time, good to see you. Reverend Lala, I see Kenyan with love, and those who are there earlier. Mine is just to pass my condolences to Kenyans, to our Kenyan family, our military department, and more importantly, the family of the general and everyone who perished with the general, because he wasn't alone. And I'm lucky to have their list here. I could just mention them because this is a live show. There was Brigadier Swale, there was Colonel Duncan, Major General Magondu, Captain Sora Mohammed, Captain Hillary, Senior Sergeant John Kinywa, Sergeant Cliff Onsomondi, and Sergeant Rose Nyawera, whom we believe are the ones who perished. And also, quick healing for those who survived. Now, let's get to the politics. Bernard and fellow listeners, we all know when you join the military. You all know when you join the military what you've joined. You've given up your life. You know that. From the one when you sign in, you have no life. And I like what the general said in his earthly life, that he himself knew that a soldier could die any moment, any time. So that alone should actually prepare us for any eventualities that a soldier could go through in their life. Now, current situation. I only have 2 questions, and they were very well put by our leader, Mother Karua. How does a CG, Chief of Defense Forces, a whole CDF, not have his own logistics taken care of? When the commander-in-chief goes into the air, 3 choppers go up. We don't even know he's in which one. Now, here is a CDF who is being crammed with 15 more people in one crazy old chopper. Those are very big question marks. Number 2, the CDF has every military officer other than his boss under his command, meaning he can delegate any job. A military parade, he can delegate anything, including what he had gone to do there in Elgeyo Marakwet. So the question is, was the general so free? Did he have so much time that he had to appear in all those engagements? And in a limited logistical manner, where even preparing for transport was an issue. He didn't come out from the base. He came out from a civilian airport? Question mark. Now, let's come to the politics. And this is where I will not sugarcoat. If you're a soldier, trust you me, hiyo maisha ulishapeana. Siko ubaya. Hiyo maisha ulipea Kenya, for example. Umepea Kenya Defense Forces for your own reasons, whether it's for your honor or it's a jobo you wanted and you joined the military. Let's agree that you don't have a life. Your life is there to be used according to the command that will be issued. Now, I can only feel so sorry for General Ogolla if you're sent to an assignment where the people who sent him knew what was going to be. That is the only pain I'd feel for him and his family. However, if it was a professional duty that day that he had to be there, then we all say generals don't die, they just live on. So General Ogolla is still living on in our hearts. He did well, 40 years of service. Let's give it to him. But the circumstances that he died has left Kenya in a very precarious position, because I believe our nyadhi, let me use the word nyadhi yetu, our pride, our military pride, our Kenyan pride, tumegongwa makofi ingine mbaya sana. We can't lose a CDF like that. That is so wrong. That's like how some countries are hit when they lose a president. For example, like South Sudan when they lost Garang. And the list is endless. You can go back all the way to history. Mpaka kwa Julius Caesar, how he died in their Senate under barrage of being stabbed by his fellow senators. So basically, all I'm just saying is, when you lose such a senior figure in a nation, the whole nation is affected. And I will not take it bad when you say Luo community. The Luo community is Kenyans. So we Kenyan community are demanding answers. That's for sure. I mean, if it was the issue of Ouko, JM Karaoke, Tom Mboya, you can put some salt in it. Those are politicians. But this one is, it's just raising too many red flags to a point where we are like, you mean there's a cabal of people behind power who are ready to sacrifice anything for their bigotry? I mean, that's where I'm stuck up. Because if it is like that, hata sijui niseme aje, software imekuwa corrupted sasa. Hiyo virus imefika hadi kwa mainframe, CPU, kila kitu, yani ni pabaya. Yani kama mnaweza fikia chief of defense forces, mumuondoe kwa chessboard kama Capone, hivyo tu. Hiyo ni kuangusha heshima ya Kenya tu sana. Na kama kuna watu wako ready kuangusha heshima ya Kenya hivyo, it means our country we are in trouble. I mean we're not solid. And I'll repeat, if it was a politician, we can take it to the pinch of salt and say maybe yeah. But an army of such highest caliber we can get. Mimi hapo bado najua machungu ni mingi, but time will heal and the truth will come out anyway. Whether there's an investigation or not, the truth always comes out. So mine is to say, for the bereaved family, for we Kenyans, nituombe Mungu tu atusamehe. Kama haikuwa a natural occurrence, then it's just sad. I mean, it's just sad. Even small countries will look at us with a very different lens now. They'd be like, if these guys can just do this to each other there, I mean, how can they even trust us? Even when you say we can send forces to go and take care of their issues, how can they trust us if we can knock off the top general like hata sijui niseme kama nini? I mean, that thing has really hurt Kenyans. If nobody has said it to Kenyans, let us Kenyans say it. General Ogolla's death has touched Kenyans badly. Yani, whether you're from northeastern Kenya, South, Muslim, Christian, Hindu, it doesn't matter. It's a deep cut into our society. I can only pray God heals us so that we get out of it stronger. Now, our leaders, you lie on the bed that you make. So if you're going to make all this an August 15th issue, then I believe then we even lost. Number one, remember, soldiers act on orders. So if his previous boss had given him an order to be there, who was he to say no? unless he said he is retired, he creates a mutiny. So if this new administration felt that this is not the right person to be in that position, why did they have to humiliate him? I mean, they could just have court-martialed him. It didn't matter. Hata wangesema ende jela 50 years, it's okay. But this strategy ya kucheza politics alafu unawacha watu wakiumia kwa roho, that thing bites back, and it bites back in a very bad way. In a very bad way. I can only hope I am wrong, that this was natural. General Ogolla was such a humble man. He could ingia a military matatu with every other person there and die with them. Sour. But if it was choreographed, those choreographers, siku zenyu sio mingi. Bernard, nishukia hapo. Na niko siendi mahali.
Asante sana. Na shukuru kwa hayo. Na ni kweli inaonekana the advisory committee ambayo Sudi ni mmoja wao inatoa mapendekezo kama hayo, kwa sababu tumekuwa na heshima kama nchi na jeshi letu limeheshimika miaka mingi, enzi za Kenyatta, enzi za Moi, and that dignity was preserved, protected. For you to put a political consideration to the place of degrading our army and losing the respect we have commanded in our region and worldwide without thinking twice is indeed foolish. This is the height of foolishness and the height of selfishness that is really blinding. And so it appears Museveni's son is right. He can walk and take Nairobi in 24 hours, 48 hours. If that is the case, they have proven him right. I mean, Museveni bado anaitisha ng'ombe zake ambazo zilichukuliwa na Wapokot. Na kama tunapoteza CDF wetu Pokot, basi kama Wapokot walichukua ng'ombe za Museveni analia mpaka leo. Alafu sisi tunapoteza CDF wetu kwa huko, yani ni nini? Wa Kenya tujitahidi. Mato, I asked you a question, you have not responded. Are you here or I am not here?
Now you see me, now you don't.
A little while I see you, a little while I don't see you, like Jesus told the disciples. Now, so kubalianeni kati yenu na Lala, lakini Lala amekuwa hapa tangu mwanzo, ni kuongea hajaongea tu. Akuje kwanza ndio wewe ukuje, na usinifungie hapa. Ni saa
ndio maana nimekuambia now you see me, now you don't. Sijakuja na love sana hivyo, but I mean I know you understand what I'm saying. I just wanted to contribute.
Quickly, kumbuka Reverend Lala is on the queue and he's been waiting. So
if you can go first, that's fine. I mean, I think I still have another 10 minutes to be around. So if I don't want to cut the line.
Lala nakuanga masafa marefu. Are you on the road, Reverend Lala?
Abarizeno, Mato, it's good to see you. It's been a long time. Solomon, the King, it's good to see you. Bernard, as usual, I'm Jumbo. I stayed the whole night watching the funeral service, the burial, the ceremonies to the end. And I listened keenly. First of all, it is sad because that was a UDA, place. And it didn't carry the military, strictly the military service. And I'll say that for me, it was hard. But I want to just say one or two things only, and then I'll have a lot to contribute, but I just want to say one or two things. It seems to me that the government of Ruto has put a lot of pressure on the family. It's as if um, no wonder we didn't see Baba or President Uhuru, because the pressure is on the family. I know the family is going through a tough time trying to deal with this situation, but the way the son responded, I think he may be a little bit too vulnerable. He's still perhaps in a shock. In my profession, it's almost as if he's in denial that his father is gone. He's still not dealing with the grief process. There's 7 stages of grief. I think he still needed to be given time to grieve. And it is so sad that other people can try to influence him, even to stop a simple thing that anyone would want to know. How did my father die? That is the only way that he can address his grief and heal. Okay? So I don't think he has even reached the bottom where he begin to start healing. He's still in denial. His speech did not carry that understanding that this is somebody who is constructively dealing with grief process. So I think I will forgive. I don't want to put a lot of harsh judgment on him, but I think he needs time to process what has really gone on. I hope that the postmortem that was done was able to preserve enough to be taken to lab to help the investigation. Kenya has always been, when it comes to investigation of such matters, it's always been disappointing because all the investigation come to nothing. We have not received report on people like Ouko and others, and so we are not very optimistic with the kind of investigation being carried on. I wish they would, the family could have asked, still they could ask for extra help outside the government. But it seems as if they are so much into the government, there's that blurry, the line between the family and the government is so close, the Ruto's government is so close that it is difficult to do something that are necessary, that are needed. I hope the pressure from people like Oburu Odinga, people like the governor of Siaya and the rest will begin to help this family understand, Mr. Odur, whom the older brother, I pray that you talk to the family so that the help can come. Odur is an honorable teacher, honorable man in Lala school, a school attended, the general and I are alumni of the same primary school called Lala Primary. The general is a great guy. He 2 years ago, he I think just a year ago, he was able to do a borehole for the school. I did an Arambe there, and we all have been working hard to build the school, and the general generously gave us what we needed. And so my heart cry out to the family because they just don't know whom they're dealing with. They don't know what is going on here. So I pray for them as they heal. I pray for them as they process this loss, this devastating loss of a great, a giant Kenyan. And for some of you who don't know, this man is a trained F-15 fighter, which is called the Eagle. This is the king of combat in the air. Now, this is the best, this is the standard plane. It's almost like I always use the Mustang vehicle. is the standard vehicle that almost every vehicle is measured against. F-15 is the eagle in the air, and when you are trained in it, you are respected anywhere, and that's the man that we have, one of the best trained pilot in the universe. And so we've lost a giant, we've lost a hero. So what I saw when that young man who is grieving tries to defend the government, trying to somehow to humanize Ruto and the team, I pray that he will be helped, or he will come to that point and in his grief where he begin to ask questions. What happened to my father? Because if it doesn't, then this will haunt him for the rest of his life. And so I'm so happy that people like Oburu Odinga was able to point out, the need to let this investigation go on. I think for us, our prayer is that Ruto, uh, let me say this, Ruto looked in the whole scene. I think there was even people were booing him. You could hear in the background, he was very uncomfortable. And in my mind, I think he's tormented because a day earlier, he tried to blame the general. Today, they're beginning to blame perhaps Uhuru government. They didn't know how to deal with the lie that was put out there. And now they are trying to correct themselves, so they are looking for a place to direct their blame, and it seems as if Duale, I interpret Duale's message in two ways. Either it's one of the people felt accused because he should have been one of the people who was advising Ruto whom to choose in that office. And Ruto stated no one did. And so he came to Nyanza feeling like the people in the Luo Nyanza, the area, knew that it's one of the enemies who did not even include the name of Ogolla in the list, when every Kenyan knew that Ogolla would be automatically in that office. And so he was there trying to basically tell us that, trying to explain his position and claiming that Baba was right. And so instead of directing us to where the problem is, of course, it tried to now put it back to Uhuru group, and they went on trying to blame the past on Uhuru and the past leadership. So they played politics, pure politics, with this funeral. It was not a dignified way they handled the whole thing. And so some of us are very disappointed, very angry, very sad, because these are people, Ogolla is a noble man. And for me, Ogolla grew up in my house, and the school is about 1 mile away, where Ogolla attended school. And again, that is in Homa Bay. That is primary school. Ogolla is from Siaya, and Siaya is from a clan called Kakan. Kakan, and I'm from a place called Kanyada. Kan and Nyada are brothers. I cannot marry, in that Kakan, because we are blood related. Okay, so that's the closeness. So we lost him, and of course, we also lost yesterday Michael Year from my location. Okay, Michael Years, I think all of you know him. KTN was a journalist, great, great voice. We lost, so we have double losses within the last week, and so it's a tough time for us as a location, as a community, as the people of Kanyada in Homa Bay. So that is where I am, but I hope that the family will see the danger that they are in. They should not side with this government. Let them ask questions. Let us all ask questions. They are smart people, wonderful people. But because government has disposed. Okay,
You could
I'll stop there. I'll stop
cut
there.
it
Thank you.
so that Kenyan Love gets a few minutes and then you can come in later. Okay, thank you.
Then we go forward. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, and thank you, everybody. It's good to be back. Santeni Sana. I really do appreciate Sana. I hope I'm loud and clear. Am I?
Yeah, we can get you. Go ahead.
Asanteni Sana. I really wanted to contribute on something because Ikitu Ogolla, I mean, kind of gave me chills. When I say chills, is like, I mean, I'm talking literally chills, where you have your goosebumps in a talker. When I think the news broke, I was, normally I still watch the channel. So I think it was Stone PK, Stone PK's Nini, they were talking, and then I saw them talking about Ogolla is dead. Wawa, ikanishtua Bernard. Just as I've told you on the side, I just came from Kenya. Nimekuwa Kenya for a while, but I was undercover. Unajua niko chini ya maji bwana. Unajua zile vitu Ruto anaweza pita na mimi bwana.
Mimi ndo sasa wewe ndio tunaongeza kwa list ya suspects. Kama ulikuja bila kujulikana, hiyo list ya wale watu Ogolla, wewe uko hapo.
I landed on Thursday. Ogolla kwa amekufa, so msiniekele vitu ziko. No, but ilinishtua sana to hear that, because Bernard, I was in an office. I won't say which office, but it's a government office. It's a big office, and we were there. And I remember I won't talk too much about that because it scares the crap out of me. Tulikuwa tumekaa in some big office, and then mdogo wa Ogolla akapita hapo, bodyguard na kila kitu, akatusalimia kabisa, profession, na nakuuliza na kila kitu, and the PS alikuwa amepita pia huko, amefunga everything yenye inafaa kuwa huko hivyo, because he was there. So now when I came back and I saw that thing, mi iliniogopesha, nikasema Jesus Christ, kwani kulikuwa kitu imepangwa hapa? Why was that office being closed? Watu wanapita hivi, nani the deputy of Ogolla? It scared me, yani mpaka nimekuwa nikiogopa kuja hapa Bernard kuongea, because I did see the commotion that was happening. I was sitting in a certain office ya mtu, sitasema wapi, lakini I was sitting there when I saw the commotion, and it was just not okay. But I didn't think so much about it. Mi nikatoka tu, nikamaliza vitu zangu, tukamaliza and everything. But he came, kasalimia kila mtu, vipi, akaniita, what's your profession, nini, na akapita. Now thinking about it, maybe I'm overreading it, but I don't know. But I think, yani, hiyo kitu imeniogopesha sana. Now, that was just an opening. Let me talk about Ogolla's son. Ogolla's son nilianza kuwa na shida na yeye the moment alianza kusema ati babake zile alikuwa amemwambia, ukikufa deni zako zote nitaenda kuchukua. Babake akamwambia hapana, usiende kuchukua. Then he comes like he wants to command the military. Ndeni mkaue wao, endeni mfanye nini, sijui military hoye, sijui nini. And I started looking at this kakido, and I'm like, Allah, are you even mourning your dad? What is happening to you? I mean, your character. Bernard, a character is shown by the things that you say and at what time you say them. So ulikuwa unaambia baba yako already, wacha ukikufa nitaenda kuchukua hizo deni zako zote. Another thing maybe you guys clarify for me. Is the wife of Ogolla the mother to the kid? Because alikuwa anasema bibi yako. when he was talking, because I was really scrutinizing what he was talking about. I started having a problem with him in the first statement, wakiuko Nairobi yuko. When he talks, you might think he's in the government. You might think he's Yendi Ogolla. I mean, seriously. Ama yeye ni mkubwa wa Ogolla or something like that. And you wonder, in what cahoots do you even have? Do you understand what yani being to rising to a point of being a CDF is? That your dad did. And now you're talking like unaanza kuambia military to go do whatever. And for me, he came out not as a son, but a very selfish human being. There's time for mourning, there's time for happiness, there's time for everything. You don't take your dad ameanguka, now you take it as a point of shining. You know, I feel it, Bernard. I mean, condolences to them all. And as I start wrapping up, I wanted to also, Bernard, do this so that people understand that it's not just Ogolla that fell. Let me present something here as I finish up my thing. Yeah. It won't have any voice, but these are the people that fell with Ogolla. Moving on. Bernard, there's something I said on the comment section, and I said, a guilty man shall always stay at the crime scene. Ukitaka mali kuna crime scene, mtu kitu imefanyika, start looking around. The guilty one ako hapo hapo. They will stick around because they want to hear what the walls have to say or what the walls saw, because the walls have the evidence. Since Ogolla died, Ruto has stuck on this family like glue. Hawapati chance iwe ni nini, yani hata zile trip zake alikuwa akienda zimeisha. He wants to stick there until the end. Why is he so interested in this family? Why can't you let people just grieve? Ona hao wengine hawa, nani anaongea juu yao? Ameenda kuona hawa, hawakuwa watu, tumemwona kwa hawa. I'm asking, you know, because I'm asking questions of things that it really doesn't make any sense. Why is he stuck on Ogolla? He's the president. He should at least go see these people. Are they not people? These are the people that died, and these are tumesoma majina, lakini these are the people that actually died in that flight, in that aircraft. And Bernard, I've never seen, other than Yasaitoti, I've never seen a chopper burst in flames, because the tank is iko huko juu. It never hits the ground. And I'm talking that from let me take this out. From a professional ground, something that I know. The altitude, I'm still looking at the altitude mali walikuwa. Remember yakina Saitoti, they had what was it, cyanide or something done, I mean walikuwa wamewekewa huko before ianguke. So by the time they were down, ilikuwa imeenda. And those are the two times that we've seen choppers kill people in Kenya. What is going on? And we know he had a problem with the president. Bernard, huyu kijana hata kule ametoka, and what has happened, I won't go into, I think postmortem was done. I think iliharakishwa kidogo, but it was his will. Kila mtu akiweka will yake, hatujui, lakini we hear ilikuwa will yake, azikuwa haraka na azikuwa bila casket. Kama ni will yake, ni will yake. All we can say is that General Ogolla, and as a finish complete kabisa, we need to, I don't know, Ruto anaongeanga na watu wanadhani hawajui kitu yenye nafanyika. Bena tulianza kusema hapa hivi Ogolla ndio atakuwa the next CDF hata kabla akue. Why? Because we know it's rotational according to the Tonje rules. Alafu Ruto anakuja ati anasema ati alikuwa na watu 10 wapi? He had no choice. That was the only person mwenye alikuwa bound to be. Tulisema hata kabla afike, hata before the retirement of the past one. So tusiuziwe uongo bwana. And I think Ruto thinks people don't watch, don't listen, I think Ruto thinks ana lead mang'ombe. People who don't know what they're doing, people who don't listen, people who don't see, don't hear, don't whatever, kitu yenye anasema ni yake. This kijana here, hata I hope watu wa Siaya tafadhali, because I know what is looking. Kama watu wa Siaya mnanisikia, please, huyo kijana kaeni mbali na yeye. Honestly, he needs to first of all grieve and stop being power hungry. Hata alikuwa anaambia babake ati ukikufa nitaenda kuchukua hizo madeni zako, ndio babake akamwambia hapana, ukipeana umepeana vizuri. Think about someone who can say that live on national platform. Ati nilikuwa nimeambia babangu ukikufa nitaenda kuchukua hizo madeni, babangu akaniambia hapana. So now he was a good man. So if he was a good man, what are you? Wewe mwenye ulikuwa unataka kwenda kuchukua hizo madeni. Bernard, I rest my case. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Mato. We appreciate that. This country, God will help us. But for Kenya, lazima tukutuke. Mambo hayajakaa vizuri. I'm happy you brought up those pictures of those other soldiers. That accident is not an accident from all indications. You cannot have those 15 soldiers, were they 15 or 12? And they sit and wait for the plane to fall down. Wakuja wafunguliwe dirisha na wakulima watolewe. It doesn't work, even kwa nyumba. There was a time I stayed in, where I was staying is not far from Buruburu Girls Secondary School. And there was a time, I think there was a fire incident or something. And the girls were dormitory zile za juu. Then you see them come through the window. The height is far, but they were jumping out. Because now the stair is blocked and all that. So somebody opens the window, they try to save themselves. How did these soldiers, fully trained, fully equipped, with experience, sit and wait for the plane to land? How? That
Bernard, let me ongezea kitu moja hapo hivyo. You know, this is a trained soldier of not just any aircraft, fighter jets. Remember what they have in their seat? They have the the seat where you eject, the eject seat. This is a guy who has performed those ejection na kila kitu so many times by the time he became a fighter jet. How do you tell me that he can go down on a flight without even trying to get out?
If the pilot was problematic, the general was a pilot, he would have taken over. From the general seat to the pilot section of the plane, is it Kayole and Kawangware? No. Hii uongo itafika mwisho. Naomba sasa taanza kutamatisha. Kama hakuna wageni wanaingia studio, masaa ndio hayo. Wacha tusikilize huyu ambaye usemi wake uaminiki, mambo yake si ya kweli.
On police excesses and brutality, speaking today at State House, Ruto has taken a firm stand, committing to ensure that the country does not slip back into what he calls an era of impunity and extrajudicial acts. However, President Ruto's statement appears to be a departure from his earlier stand. NTV's Mike Yambo reports.
On the steps of State House at about 10 a.m., President William Ruto went back to his pre-election promise, putting rogue police officers on the spot.
On the swearing in into office, I made a commitment that our country is going to be anchored on the rule of law. We disbanded the notorious criminal gang that was in the police that presided over those criminal activities.
The head of state sentiment appearing to answer those who questioned his position on the wider police brutality debate, Ruto committing that he will not watch as police officers act outside the law. But President Ruto's latest stand, seemingly a quick about turn from his earlier position last week when he commended police for a job well done in quelling the anti-government protests. That job that police did well bordered on many things, including shooting dead of over 30 protesters, whom human rights organizations say were mostly shot at a close range.
The last few months have witnessed waves of protests by various groups, including civil society organizations, the general public, public service vehicle operators, taxi drivers, and a section of civil servants and the political opposition.
While President Ruto has promised to end the era of police killer squads, the recent unfolding events reveal that the security agencies have clear intentions to execute protesters.
Ruto's statement interpreted to mean that those who were brutalized and murdered by police were criminals who deserved to be dealt with. Subsequently, President Ruto's latest remarks may be an indication that the government is about to abandon police officers who recently killed civilians, resulting in overwhelming international pressure.
And I want to commend our security agencies for being professional in how they have handled all these people. Criminals must be dealt with firmly, decisively, and made sure that everybody respects the rule of law and we don't encourage impunity of any nature.
Mike Yambo, NTV.
Let's revisit our top story.
It is true, we have lost many Kenyans because of extrajudicial killings. It is also true that we have lost many Kenyans because of political assassinations. And I made a commitment to the people of Kenya that there will never be, and let me say this, as has been said here by others, for the avoidance of doubt and without any fear of contradiction, there shall never be again extrajudicial killings or political assassinations. There shall never be another occasion where we have bodies of Kenyans in Rivayala. It will never happen again. Not under my watch. I have full confidence in KDF. They are our foremost professional entity in Kenya. They have demonstrated beyond any doubt their professionalism and integrity. And therefore, I have full confidence that General Omenda and the team he has appointed to make sure that all details are laid bare on the accident that took away the life of General Ogolla. I know the KDF are as concerned as I am, and indeed the family and every Kenyan, on the life of General Ogolla. And I want to assure the country that the KDF, our Kenya Air Force, have the requisite integrity and professionalism to make sure that there will be no shroud of doubt on what happened to General Ogolla.
Bernard, hata wewe uko na kahusu, unatuchezea yani kabisa, unatuonesha hiyo maneno hata wewe ni mkali.
Nilitaka msikie. So which one is criminal gang? Which one family decisively? Which one never again? What is it? Hey, King Solomon, your remarks as we begin to call it a day.
Thank you very much, Bernard, for a good moderation. My friend here, Kenyan with love. How can you come to the country and keep quiet? Yeah. Anyway,
ulikuwa unataka niende na General Ogolla bwana?
He's a
Atajulikana.
suspect. He's a suspect. Don't
he must
say
have
that.
come here for a clandestine mission.
He came on Thursday.
And you're able to meet
on Thursday. Okay.
And you met these
the one
people.
who brought the mercenaries.
Yes.
Mercenaries, or he came to carry them like Kamango in the bag.
In fact, he has even told us or confessed that he met the person who has benefited the most from this occurrence. Paka limsalimia mkono.
we mwenye amebenefit anaitwa Tarus, mwenye nilipatana si huyo. Mmepewa Tarus, mmerudishwa huko nini Kaleland, anaitwa Tarus. Ule nilipatana ni mdogo wa Ogolla mwenye alikuwa mdogo wake. So now wachane na mimi, sikupatana na Tarus, nilipatana na huyo mwingine.
Huyo mwingine pia huyo.
Hapana. King Solomon, wacha propaganda.
I know. We are saying we are laying all bare facts. You know, when you're doing investigations, there's nothing that cannot be talked about. Everything is on the table. But anyway, don't worry, we're just bantering. Yeah, I mean, Bernard, we are mourning. It's good Ogolla has been buried, but we are literally still mourning. I mean, losing a chief of defense of a nation, it's like losing, I mean, the strongest pillar you have, other than now the president. I mean, literally, I mean, hata bado mimi sijaelewa, lakini ni sawa, ni sawa. I hear from my sources that some of the previous CDSs are still alive and well and kicking. It means that position has very fit
Solomon, only one is dead, General Mulinge, and he died Kashatoka.
Yeah, natural causes. Yeah, so it tells you this is a position of fit people. Generals just don't die. A general is somebody who has gone to battle time after time and proven themselves again. So it feels bad that he was not in a battlefield. Literally, he was in his own homeland. It's not like he was fighting terrorists. He was just taking care of skirmishes that are there. Yani kakitu kadogo. He could have delegated that. But anyway, here we are. So, tunamon. When it comes to mourning, everyone mourns in their own style. So I will not point the finger to the wife, to the daughter, or to the son, or to their village mates or the family. Let's just say maybe things are not well planned out, but everyone mourns in their own way. I like how Reverend Lala looked at it. Maybe the son has not really gotten to know how to mourn the father, or maybe he didn't compose himself. But here we are, things move very fast. And at that time, if you are the one who is directly affected, you could be living in your own world, yet mambo ni kwa ground. So let's just give them time. Time heals. And we pray for that family, because they've given us a very gallant soldier who took care of our country. Now, my only issue is this, and I'm going to say this. We are still doing the same machinations of humankind, where if people don't want you in a certain place, they look for ways either to sabotage you, eliminate you, smear your character. I mean, I'm even wondering, when will you get to the point where you just tell somebody, excuse me, we just don't want you, can you go? You know, just be a gentleman. Stop looking for ways to kick me out of an office so that your friend can get that seat. Stop smearing my name in the law courts so that I can be told to get out of that seat. I mean, If you want a seat, just say it. Chukua, enda. Si mama ya mtu, by the way. Umepewa na Wakenya. I'll even challenge doctors, by the way, our doctors. Hey, if you feel that profession is not going to give you any life, leave it. Go become a mtu wa kuuza. Just change. Let's stop pushing ourselves to be in a position where it's either you fight or not, or it's either someone sabotages you because you're there. And I think that's where our problem is. Ni kama bado hatuja emancipate ourselves to another level. And yet you're coming out of some crazy issues like colonialism, racism, yani crazy issues. Then you come here, when you already have that space you can grow, we start having internal problems that you can't even understand where they came from. For me, I just pray to God that atufungue macho. Can he bring a generation of Kenyans who are better than maybe the ones who are there? Because clearly, tunajichomea sisi wenyewe. Hakuna mtu mwingine. Hakuna mtu mwingine. Tunajichomea sisi wenyewe. And since we've been told not to talk about this because investigations are going on, everybody has a right to doubt the truth if it is not truthful to them. So if somebody feels that Ogolla went down the wrong way, please don't be scared to say it. Hata Yesu alisulubiwa, and later we came to say alisulubiwa kimakosa. Lakini kuna wengine wakati alikuwa nasulubiwa hapo hata wakuongea, na labda walikuwa na nguvu ya kuambia Poncio Pilato, usimsulubishe huyu mtu ni mzuri. They kept quiet or they ignored, only for them to come and say later, I think that was a good man. I think we messed. I think we hung the wrong guy. I mean, seriously? So, Bernard, I mean, I think the biggest job in this world we have is to live in God's way. And most of us, we have fallen short. That's my closing remark for now. Asante.
Okay, thank you. We have fallen short, but somebody is shooting us, even making it shorter. All the same, God will help us. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to salute and celebrate each one of you for your faithful continued followership and support. And just to remind you that the link for subscription on the channel is already in the comment section, as well as there is a blog that we are running. It's called soundcandytalk.blogspot.com. We have very good researched and, of course, written articles that can add value to what we are discussing here. So if you have not visited that particular blog, do so. You may read something that will help you. Because after we talk here, we close, but there's more details on that particular blog. So it's hosted by Google, so you can get it from anywhere. Just one word, soundcandytalk.blogspot.com. I would want to see you on that blog. I'm sure you will love what you see there. We are also encouraging us to continue sending our contribution as we continue keeping us here and ensuring that we will discuss, engage until we make Kenya to work rightly. Thank you. Tumlete Bwana Njiru, amekuja hapa nusu.
Yes, Bernard, how are you?
I'm fine. Just remember, it is 3 a.m.
Sasa umeamua kukuja kunikimbiza, unajua bana. Okay, ni
9
sawa.
minutes after 3 a.m. 10.
Utalala kesho. Allow us.
Leo kazi zina nafanya. Wewe endelea, nitakukata kama unaenda sana.
Yeah, for the honor of Ogolla, you need to give me more time. Sababu leo niko na material na sijui na unajuanga ile wakati when I'm loaded unaanzia. I know you sense. But it is sawa.
Kuja mapema kama una story brief.
Sawa, sasa ona sasa hata umeniweka kitu kwa koo sasa hata utaki niongee.
Endelea usiseme mbaazi
Wacha nisalimie huyu Kenyan with love na nimwambie he has been lying to me all the time. ile ngoje yake ikufika. So Kenyan with love, go and revise your ngoja. Ulikuwa unaniambia mungoje mtaona. Until now things started going to the hell. Anyway, in a light note. No, lazima tuseme wakati. Let me start with Labuku. Nasikia mnamuita Labuku. Bernard, Labuku lost his dad. It's a terrible thing. I have gone and listened speeches of Labuku a second time. If I were in the place of Labuku singeongea, I could have remained silent. Because nimesikia hata huyu kuna huyu Solomon amekuja hapa anasema ati tungoje investigations zifanywe, we should not comment. But any person who has some intelligence in his mind can be able to comment on things which are happening. Sababu nataka muniambie hapa ni siku gani serikali government spokesman from 1963 government spokesman ameitokezea akasema we regret the assassination of so and so. Kama kuna mtu ambaye ako na report ya government spokesman or a government officer who is in power out of watu wote wamewahi kufa, hata wale wameanguka Livayara ama wapi, watu waniambie hapa, ama kuna siku serikali imewahi tokezea wakasema wako na information. So serikali, there is one of the institution whereby things go to get buried there, and that is why people never trust governments. And I'm one of the people who I will never trust government. Hata ikuwe ni serikali ya nani, hata ikuwe ni serikali ya baba yangu, I will never trust a government. And I'm sorry to say that. So story ya kuja alafu watu wanatuambia hapa tutungoje uchaguzi, sio nini uchunguzi ifanywe. That is anyway. Hiyo ni ile story ya watoto bana. Ile story ya kuambia mtoto ngojea kuna kitu tumwekelea hapa, unangojea watoto wasinzie wakalale. And for truth there is nothing you are cooking for them. So when people mature up and they understand how they are dealing with life, kuna uongo chip you don't take. The Kenyan government has not dealt with over 1,000 assassinations which have ever happened in the government. And you think that they will give you information about Ogolla. Forget. Any person who is telling you that information about Ogolla will come, he is deceiving himself. This is another case which has gone to be buried. We have refused to take charge in our hands. And I think, to me, that this one is my own opinion. Mr. Labuku did not do his dad an honor today. He did not do. Because even if he wanted the burial to go on well, it can, and that's why we say it's always good for people to have wisdom. Na wakuwe na watu wa ku-advise. And I don't understand watu kama hawa wanakuwa advise na nani. And I think some of our people are not being, we have to start stretching our hands na tuanzie kuongelesha vijana kama hawa ambao wanapotea. Because kijana kama huyu kukuja anajitokeza, and the only thing you want to do is like you want to sanitize the administration. It doesn't end up, even if he doesn't have information, let's assume he doesn't have information. Okay, let's assume ati walikuwa wanajua, juu anasema ati their father prepared them well enough. Why did they them now allow how watu wanachukia baba yao sana? Why do you allow, or why don't you advise your dad? If your dad has already advised you that wherever I'm working it is risky na mimi naweza enda anytime. Why, if those people love their dad, why couldn't they tell their dad, aki dad, kama hivyo unatuambia, kama baba yao alikuwa amewatayarisha according to the information we are getting, kama baba yao alikuwa amewaambia any time can be time ya kusafiri, why did they not advise their dad well? Saa zingine I think watoto, so I am hearing Kenyans ati showering a lot of praise ati kijana amelewa vizuri sijui nini. Some of us, mimi watu wengine tunasoma vinginevyo. So we don't analyze just the speech simply because it is a feel good speech meant to massage the ego of one human being who has insatiable quest to so hiyo hakuna. That Rabuku, he has dishonored his father at the most important time. I'm very happy of the mother. I didn't see the mother speaking. In fact, mama yao amefanya vizuri. Kama if you don't want to sanitize things, afadhali hata unyamaze. I wish Rabuku kept quiet. Extending this.
Njeru, can I ask you a question? Is that lady the real mother of that kid? Because alikuwa akisema my dad, alisema my wife. So I was wondering, I mean, is that how you address your mom, or is it the real one? I mean, maybe kama kuna mtu ama if you know that answer, because that ilinilemea. Ebu tell me, kama is the mother, the wife is the mother.
That's the mother, yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, umejibiwa Bomi sijui. I'm looking at the storyline. So and bwana Lala, sababu I know you know you people reach a level whereby you can advise people accordingly, because the way this man has handled this thing, na msituambie ati ni vile ati kijana ati amepona sana. He is now let's analyze, let's take things detail. You cannot tell me that ati Rabuku is more strong than neighbors. It doesn't make sense. At Rabuku, people were devastated, but now Rabuku sasa ndiye ako extremely strong. Sasa sisi hata ndio I even had saw people here even crying. I could see akina Shiko crying here. There was another lady alikuja hapa.
Njero, if you understand the grief process, the young man may still be in denial. It's not even dealt with. The emotions yet, it's yet to come. That's one theory of looking at it. The other one, of course, is just that he has got no clue what he's doing. Thank you.
Okay, I agree on that. But that is why we always say that we need people to because this is a very high level barrier, which very high, including even people who are socio-psychological people who are supposed to be close to this man. Now, wanamwambia, why could they allow this man to just be speaking that way? There are some crucial people who did not do their thing well. This was a very high level barrier to allow this young man to mishandle her written and communication work this way. To me, I see some level of recklessness. Na musinichukue kwa vibaya, because let me tell you, you cannot handle whether there is that denial. He needed to be reinforced. There needed to be somebody there to reinforce him. Na kuna kitu ingine nataka kuuliza hapa, sijui sijasikia baba akiongea kwa hiyo mazishi. Baba ameongea leo. I need people maybe to guide me on that. Sikusikiliza pote. And then niliona Mr. Ruto akiongea hapo, and there was some small jeers, like he was booed a little bit, which to me it was not hard enough. But
no, it's not a little bit, a lot. People booed throughout his speech. Yes.
But this is how I could have handled it. Why should people not quit na warudi akimaliza kuongea if you don't want him? Because to me it was not hard enough. Mimi kulingana na vile nimeangalia hii story, we have just allowed something which the government is hiding. Sababu serikali kuna information wataficha hapa. We will never know the truth, and we have just allowed the government to take credit of so many things. I mean, they can do what they are supposed to do. That one is okay. But it is so sad that people watu ambao even tunasema hatujui, lakini it is so sad, people who made this person to stay a very threatened life. Tunaruhusu watu wanakuja kwa mazishi ya mtu, alafu wanakuja kuanzia kusema ati venye huyo mtu alikuwa and it is the problems which we have as Africans. Hata mtu amekuroga, nani alikuwa mzuri, hatujaiona mtu mzuri kama huyu, and really The killers are within you now. Those are the people who are coming to speak. Africans, we have to stop this naivety. Tuko na upuzi mingi sana as a people. Like, watu wamefanya maovu na ndio tunawapea podium pale mbele. And these things happens in all our spheres of interaction. Mtu anakufanyia vibaya na mko hapo mna smile na yeye. Like, we are not able to differentiate and deconstruct zile vitu, and no wonder we come and get attacked the second time because we don't learn from the former thing. Sasa sisi kazi yetu ni kusema sijui you cannot stop interaction, you cannot stop association, and yet we know very well on mathematical precision, hata including even in Afghanistan, even in Russia kule vita iko, their general number one has not died na wanashindanga combat all the time. Some military generals wanakufa sikatai, but not the main one. Even in Russia hawajakufa. So this idea of Ogolla dying the way he died, na mnatuambia tungoje serikali itoe data, na then we come here to start propagating that information here. I think we are too naive and we are becoming, we are behaving as people who do not have information. Which information do you want to? Nataka na nimewauliza swali hapa, including hata Kenyan with Love, nataka kumuuliza hapa. Kenyan government wamesimama waseme nini kiliua JM Kariuki? And I want mtuchezee hapa, did as ever, sio vitu inasemango kama rumors, hata ni watu sijui case wise wanatokezea kutupea information after wamesikia vitu iko. The government will never come out to tell you what has happened. Hata mkufu watu mamilioni, the government will never give report. It is only the US government one time walitokezea to apologize on the civilist project. Ama ilikuwa nini that I know that like Bonalala, you might know of that. The time when Bill Clinton apologized to the black people when they were used as a guinea pig for the civilist project, I think in the 50s, 60s. The government came out. Actually, it was an handoff. The government has never come out anywhere else to take accountability of atrocities which they have done. And on that, at least we gave Bill Clinton a lot of credit for the government coming out and agreeing that they were wrong and they were mistake. Which other time have you ever had the Kenyan government imetokezea wakisema hapa tulifanya vibaya? Here we did a mistake, including even so many things which tunaona hapa kweli kuna kitu kibaya, including even killing people. Saa zingine sijui watu wamefanyika nini even kwa maandamano. Umewahi sikia the Kenyan government ikitokezea ikisema the government is wrong and we will do this? They will not. So history ya Ogolla, tuache story mingi. It is sad. Ogolla is dead. Hatutamuona tena. We will live to see his memories, lakini musingoje kujua ati kuna data mutapata. This thing will remain as a rumor. Aliwawa na huyu. Just like that tunasikianga now it will be a rumor forever. So bwana Bernard, as I finish, don't wait for any information. Hata mulete FBI hapa, hata mulete CIA hapa, ama whoever you hire. The most important thing is defend life before it is lost. Hiyo ndile kitu nataka kuambia wa Kenya hapa. And if you have 100% information that kuna kitu inazireten life ya Bernard, enda umwambie mapema. Nimesema hiyo tu ni quote. But it was a bit reckless based on what Labuku said. If their father was in that danger and they couldn't advise their father otherwise, that family is not serious. That family, I don't think I can allow where I have details ati mtu anakuja kuniambia a relative of mine anakuja kuniambia bwana, unajua bwana Mora kulingana na vile mimi naona mambo, mimi naona hii kazi ni kama itaniua, na bado tu namwambia tu endelea tu kufanya tu, hakuna shida, God will protect tukitegemeane guy the way we say ati God protects us, which is okay, God is true protects us, but as humans we have that. Na sasa na hizi ni mtu anakuja and somebody with direct conflict with the government, mtu anakuja anakuambia sijui ni kama mambo si mzuri. Anyway Bernard, so that I don't najua muko kwa barrio. My last thing
sana kwa maswali yako mengi, majibu mengi, naomba hivi tafadhali tuokoe muda. 25 minutes after 3 AM. Ulianza kuongeza ngapi?
Ni sawa, umechukua time yangu.
Asante. God is good and all the time, Mheshimiwa Dr. William Ruto na Mama Rachel Ruto, and all protocols observed, I'm here to deliver my condolences and the condolences of the Azimio fraternity who could not be here, to the family of General Ogolla, to Mama Eileen, the children, and the entire family. Everything else has been said. I would only like to add, when an accident occurs, it's a security issue. The security concerns which deserve an answer for the nation. And since an inquiry has already been formed, we look forward to a speedy investigations. I salute our fallen general. Fare thee well. May God bless him and his family. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Hapo mama ako sawa kabisa, hajaita huyo mtu rais, na hivyo ndio tunataka. I was so surprised that I think the former prime minister alimuaddress as president in Ulinzi. That is why I like Mother Karua. She's a good lady. Thank you.
Njero, can I step in there?
Oh.
I think Baba's called him only twice. And I think that's very strategic. And it's strategic because it's putting the responsibility on Ruto. Because if it's not, then why do you demand anything from him? So I think it was a setup for Ruto to trap himself into that. And of course, I think he has done, and I think Kenyans have seen exactly who this guy is. So on one level, we don't like the idea that he's called the president, but on the other hand, you can see what Baba was able to do, and that's what I see as the reason. So, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. There are no two ways, Lala. Lala, there's no two ways. It is either
Order, Njiru. Njiru, you're out of order. Yeah? Either Ruto is called president or not. Sleeping in State House, he's using Air Force One, he is decked with all privileges and everything as far as tax is concerned. So,
nyinyi muendelee kumuita peke yenu.
Tumuite. Now, let's do this. Black is giving us
peke yenu.
Ango ai. Hii ni gani? Naomba twende polepole. Let's do this. Julia, kukuja ama umekuja?
Nimekuja kuongezea hiyo Njiru amesema. Mother is the only one who didn't say Your Excellency. Shame on those who said Your Excellency. Shame on all of them.
Julia, punch it on. Wametuaibisha bwana.
Shame on all of them. Shame. Your Excellency kitu gani?
Bernard uko kwa shida leo, watu wameamua kukua wakali.
Your Excellency is where Your Excellency, the person who is counting your taxes is Zakayo. The person who is eating your taxes.
Hesabu yangu. I will never believe in that. He is working in a vacuum. In a vacuum.
Umenunua Bluebird, anakulaga percentage yako. Umenunua nini ingine Royco, amekula hiyo percentage.
Yeah, but you see, the danger is, how do you make him accountable for whatever's happened to Ogolla if it's not? Then it's almost like you ignore him. So
he can be accountable as Raya.
You are bringing a case against him. You're accusing him what he's done to Ogolla. He did it as who? So we also have to think a little bit beyond, just titles, because that title is important for the accusation or for the case that is brought against him as the one who did it.
Let's analyze that. Why?
Martha did do it. That's okay for her not to do it. Not doing it is just perfectly fine. But strategically,
yes,
he is sitting in the office is calling him, not calling him. And why do you accuse him of doing something to that guy? I mean, if you don't recognize him, then you shouldn't even bother. What happened to Ogolla? I mean, why was he there anyway? So I think we also have to be here, thoughtful a little bit and see how we make argument. You got to. Baba had to. Thank you.
Okay, let's call it a day, please. I can see some of you are very psyched up on the issue of calling and not calling. Okay, but Anjiv, I watched Mother when she took the microphone, and I knew she's not going to do what everyone is doing because it's her conviction, and she has vowed not to. So I was not surprised. I was not surprised when she
na Kirenyaga. Gino, you forgive me. You know, Kirenyaga people, when they are mad, and Yogezia say me guis.
Please.
And that is why I propose Mother Karua to be the president of Kenya.
Diplomacy is not bad. Let's do this.
2027, who your mama?
When history is written, okay, of the Republic of Kenya, and the year that General Ogolla died as CDF, who was the president, under whose watch did the CDF Ogolla die?
When did the Azimio declare that Mr. Ruto is the president? Walikubali hiyo lini? Hawajai tuambia, hawajai tuita mkutano watuambie tukubali.
Azimio is not supposed to declare anybody president.
No, but they have not told us. They have not told us we accept.
It is
Zero.
Now let's do this. Please.
There can be a President Bandia or president. I mean, the title doesn't mean much right now. The Bandia, we can call him a bad president or an evil president, whatever it is, or a fake one. But the title can it really what meaning you give it, the kind of meaning.
Okay. Can we have some order here, please? Reverend Lala, there is some background talking behind you. We don't know what it is, so it may create problems for us. So make sure you are in a good environment that is serene. On the other hand, how many Julias do I have here?
Okay, discussion it is very healthy.
Which discussion? About calling Ruto president or not president is not healthy.
Of course, it's very healthy. Bernard, if you are political and apolitical at the same time, you cannot understand the meaning of that. And that's why we cannot win this war the way we are fighting it. You win this war through attack, resilience, and focus. And that is what Mother Karua is showing. Bernard, tusicheze hii unataka tucheze, we will not go anywhere.
Who has invited you kucheza nini?
No, of course, we cannot start giving this guy mandate he doesn't have. From our side. Unless mtuambie mulikubali.
Which mandate are you talking about?
Did Azimio at any time say that they are satisfied that this guy is the president? Just show me.
Question. After the Supreme Court ruling.
Wachana na hiyo ya Supreme unaweza fuata ama usifuate. According to me usifuati. We don't follow that. That is hogwash. That was fake.
We don't follow that.
Yeah, we don't follow that. We follow our leaders. You follow the conviction of your leaders.
I'm asking you, does that become a law?
Where capo? It might not be lawful.
Bernard, give me permission to still play the clip of no, I mean with not mkiendelea tu kuongea to show the people that died in that flight as bado mkiendelea tu kuongea. Can I do that?
Sawa. So
okay.
don't impose your conviction on others. That only
It's,
results into
no,
bondage.
it is not my conviction. It's not my conviction. Show me the process that guy is the president of Kenya. Show me the process.
Wafula Chebukati declared him. We challenged him to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court confirmed him. The government that was in power under Uhuru Kenyatta was in wherever Kasarani, handed over the instruments of power to him.
Okay, nimesikia. So according to you, did he win or not? Did he win or not?
Legally, okay?
No,
so
did he win? Alishinda.
He is in office regularly, although his election is questionable. That's where we must not lose sight of the same. So if you want to fight William Ruto, we are not fighting him as somebody who wants to enter State House. Somebody who's already in State House. And legally, he has played his cards right to make sure that the Constitution favors him. And for that matter, we either throw away the Constitution and fight him without the Constitution, or if we want to follow the Constitution, then we must begin by recognizing him.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
There was a time when Mwai Kibaki refused the election of Moi na akakaa hivyo. So can you tell me, has Azimio accepted they lost the election? Maybe sina data. Just tell me, did we lose the election?
When Kibaki rejected the result of Moi, did Moi reign that term?
No, I don't follow the people I don't support. So don't tell me about people I don't support.
That is
Mimi niko
exactly
pande
what
yangu.
you are imposing your own personal conviction.
No, I'm not imposing my own. I am on my corridor.
You follow laws. Okay.
There's nothing like law, because even these people, they did not follow law when they were stealing elections. Which law are we talking about here? What kuna law mbili? If somebody is not following law, I would also not follow law. Where are we pretending we are following law na uchaguzi kaibiwa? Tuambie Azimio walikubali uchaguzi and we will accept.
Azimio is a political party. Okay?
Did they accept? Is there a concession speech? Is there a concession?
No.
So what are you telling me about? There's no concession speech. Why are you telling me that people won elections?
Jiru, acha kutubalizia wakati tafadhali. You're arguing from your own point of view. We are
not my own point of view. Just declare we accepted that we lost the election. I have not had a press conference where they have said they lost elections. So where is legitimacy coming from? This person is not legitimate, but he can be in power. You can overturn a government, you can make a coup, and you can be a president, but it doesn't mean that people
are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Why can't you do that? We will be very excited if you did it.
Just accept Azimio, part of Azimio, accepted him as a president.
Wewe kama Njiru umefanya nini? Wewe kama Njiru umefanya nini?
Mimi sijamkubali, I'm more resilient, sijamkubali. Nyinyi mmemkubali, I'm more resilient, sijakubali yeye. Nyinyi muendelee I'm more resilient. I'm not accepting him. He is not my leader. He is not.
Njiru.
Wacha kuwe kiongozi yenyu lakini sio kiongozi yangu.
Ngojeni nyinyi wawili sasa, kwa najua kule mnaenda. Hata Bernard kama ni mkubwa wangu, kuna mahali mdogo wako pia nakwambia kidogo. Nyinyi sasa mahali mmefika, hiyo ni ya kando. Hebu wacheni tusikize watu wengine. Nyinyi wawili hamtamalizana. Bernard, I'm sorry, my chair.
Wacheni Domi aongee, Bernard ndio wakunywa maji.
Mkunywe maji kidogo, mkuje.
Me, I'm time bad. I'm supposed to be out of here.
Wachia Mato tafunga in the next 30 minutes. I think you only have about 30 minutes, right, Mato?
Something like that.
Yeah, Bernard, people will scratch your eyes. Don't forget we are still Oburu Odinga. So, sisi
long time Domi. So, na watu waje kuniita mtu ya UDA. Julia kidogo, mimi si mtu ya UDA.
Wewe tulia.
Hakuna mtu ya UDA hapa.
Jambo rivalent.
Sawa, tulia. We'll be doing our closing remarks. Bernard, lala salama. Hata umenifanya nikose kwenda kule nilikuwa naenda. Wewe na Njiru, hiyo mtamaliza baadaye.
Jill ni undercover mtu wa UDA. One day 99 amesema.
Wewe bado unaasha moto.
My friend, I will never accept that guy as my leader. Baba mkubali peke yake. My consciousness does not agree with it. Baba is free to go. Bernard is free to go, but I will never accept them. Muende nyote mkitaka, lakini mimi nimesimama kivi yangu. I don't need anyone. That is my consciousness.
Jiro, chill out.
Umetupa passport yako.
Chill out.
Umekuwa sign na huyo na Ruto.
Okay, guys, kila mtu kwanza chill out. Let's restart this whole thing. Let's restart this whole thing. Hapa kuna maneno haikai mzuri. Bernard hata wewe tunakwenda kabisa sasa. Kabisa. Jiro na wewe pia. We. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Sound Candy Talk. This is the reason we have this card. Candy Talk, tunaongeaga. It's normal. It's okay. Kila mtu wako kila mahali venye anasikia. So let's hatujasikia Domi. Domi just came in. Domi and Julia helped me with it because naweza kuwa nikiamka kuna vitu ziko huko na pika. So nisaidie tafadhali. Let's work with it within those the time that you've said we have. Me and you tafadhali. So if Julia says anything, mnasikiza tafadhali. If I'm not here or whatever, tukue tu na sound candid. We know kila mtu ako kwa mashida zake, kila mtu anafikiria vitu zingine, kila mtu ako na something, but at least we have a sound candid talk in this channel, and it gives us a platform to where we can actually talk, because that was the end of mainstream media. But mainstream media wanakuja kwetu, and so whoever is listening to us, please subscribe, like, share, and always listen to us, because we always say, if we don't talk, we're gonna start fighting, but we don't want to fight. But we also need to talk about what is in our hearts, what we think, and what we know, or what we don't know, or speculate to know, so that we actually come to the real truth. So, Julia, I'm gonna let you actually moderate this one. Mwisho. I'll just be around. Lakini, Domi, I think Julia said it's your time.
Jambo kabisa. Mwalimu Julia, Kenya with love, without love, hata sijaona hiyo maandishi anakuanga na majina mengi. Reverend Lala, I salute you. Njiru, mwingine sijui ni nani, name sioni vizuri. You know, nimesikia hiyo debate na imenifurahisha. Nimebaki nacheka peke yangu hapa. Let me not start with that. Wiki tunataka nianza nayo ni I think Duale today, I think wakati nimesikiza speech yake, it made my day. I listened to that speech and I laughed. This is somebody who stripped Ruto naked before the people. Though alifika pahali akaanza kumasaji ego yake, but in a good percentage of it. Hii story ya Ruto kuja kutuambia all the time is trying to tell us that Ogolla helped, was trying to steal, to overturn my victory. Duale stripped him in front of everybody. And he told him that, but I have seen all the communication, so there is nothing you are telling us. And it is so sad that a whole man calling himself president can come to lie, and is lying before people about a dead man, a man who cannot stand up to defend himself. Somebody say that Ruto has a problem in his head, and I certainly believe Ruto is sick. Ruto is sick. You cannot go, you cannot go before people. And by the way, there are some things that you just don't even talk. If I was Ruto, I will not comment about the story about election. I will not comment there. People are hurting. People are thinking on how this guy is killed. And you are trying to tell us about how there was some apology and whatever. No. You don't come there to justify anything. If anything, this guy is not. If he was alive and you're talking such a thing, he would probably he will have a chance of defending himself. It is sickening. But I thank God because at least there is somebody. Let me tell you guys. I'm in a Muslim place, and there is something that is a plus with the Muslims that is not with us Christians. Sadly, these guys have a lot of honor with honesty. Wanaheshimu ukweli. And if anything, like in my company, if you're wrong, if you have done a mistake and you admit, you may be punished. But if they can sense dishonesty, you'll be sacked for dishonesty. Not even the mistake. That is, I don't know whether it's a problem with the Christians or the problem with Africa. And unfortunately, a Kenyan can lie, and another Kenyan stand firm to defend a lie that everybody sees that is a lie. Sad. That's very sad. But I thank God because at least Duale brought things. He may not have he may not have brought everything, but he has pointed direction to a truth. And yes, he at least he made us. He brought it clear to Ruto that tafadhali tusikuje hapa mtu amekufa alafu tudanganye mbele ya watu. To me, that one made my day. Now, about legitimacy and no legitimacy. What I'll tell you guys, you are fighting over something that is not going to add value. Guys, there is a battle that we lost. And I think the confrontational battle, up to this point, we have not won. And about this issue of legitimacy, let it not eat up your head, brother and sister. Isikukule kichwa, kwa sababu at this point as we are talking, it may not add much value. What we need to do is, how are we going to, in some things, God creates, somehow God will create a way of getting this man out. Somehow, God will just make a way, and people will have a reason to revolt. You know what Ruto has been fighting against is, and in fact, what I believe is the cause of the death of this man, is that he wanted to ensure that the army is firmly in his hands, because he feels that if the people will not revolt, probably the army may revolt. So to ensure that it doesn't happen is to create a way, do away with somebody and create a way for his own. With this short time I have lived and observed the way God does things, he will allow you to flourish until you feel very safe. So what Ruto is doing, probably God is allowing him to feel safe until he feels very safe. And he feels like kuna amani na utulivu. I think we are Christians and we know about that scripture. Wakati muonamo kuna amani na utulivu ndio uharibifu inakuja. Let me tell you, at that time when what will get Ruto out of the throne is when everything is cool. It is when it will strike hard without his knowledge. Guys, let's just take heart. I am very sure, you cannot do wrong You cannot keep doing wrong. You cannot continue oppressing Kenyans, and God leaves you go unchallenged. It is God that decided the children of Israel go to Babylon. He decided himself, and he knew they were going to be oppressed, but he allowed them to go. He led. In fact, he says he took them there. But a time came when they left. So there's a time will come. But I will tell you guys this about legitimacy, whether Baba or who has, to me, I think it's, let's just leave it to opinion. Baba will call Ruto president because there is something that you people you are missing about the issue about, and I had that debate someday. I had Mr. Jiru debating about it, like Raila does not need Ruto to win the Africa Union. Let me tell you something. You cannot go there without the hand of your president. That's the law. And he cannot. If he wants not to go, he better just does not go. But as long as he's on that list, he will have to call President Ruto president. There's no other way, brother. And let us just understand him the way he is. And let us also, it is a fact. You don't dispute. It is a fact.
Don't be just 1 minute.
Nani, let me finish. Karua is right not to call him president. You are right not to call him president in your own way. That's your opinion anyway. But at this point, that will not help us fight. The best way to fight, let me tell you, just organize on how you will get a reason of getting him out. But about legitimacy, tulienda koti na ikatumwaga. We tried a demonstration, ikatumwaga, because Kenyans are not determined to go the demonstration way. Unfortunately, that's where we are. But if demonstration will succeed, I'm telling you, you don't bother. It will still succeed. And a reason will be found. It will succeed. That's my encouragement.
Madam Chair, ngoja. Madam Chair, angalia time, guys, we don't have a lot of time unless we open another feed. But Madam Chair, just angalia your time, work with the time.
18 minutes. Time iko power. Tuko na kila mtu dakika 3.
Yeah, ndo kila mtu aongee. Madam Chair, over to you.
All right, Jiru, briefly.
Yeah. So nilikuwa nikitaka kujibu Domi kidogo. Domi, thank you for your presentation. But you need to know that in politics there are no two rights. Let's be clear about that. And I do not think like Baba needs to lower his standards in the name of a AU seat or whichever seat. It is like you tell me, like for example, just like it's like you tell me that you want to go somewhere and you are ready to be supported by even people who don't have character, simply because you need their support. Ati unasema tu we need everybody. Those are the things which I don't believe in. I don't believe in being supported by vipers, being supported by people who do not have character, being supported by thieves, being supported by people who cannot do anything simply because ati tunataka tuende sisi wote. Good character illuminates. And this is one thing which I want us to learn as Kenyans. Hatutawahi badilisha our institutions with this mentality. Ati hapana, sijui tuende tushikane sisi wote. Let me tell you, it doesn't matter how long it will take to fight Ruto. But I'm not ready, lala ngojea kidogo, I'm not ready to fight Ruto with thieves and slanders, na wachawi, na warogi, and the church ministers who don't understand themselves. I'm not ready for that war. Let me tell you, if you're on the right side, You are supposed to make people recognize who they are and they change, but not say that you want to fight together with thieves. I don't agree in that. I agree in people who their consciousness is extreme. People who do not lower their standard in the name of you want to do things like the way people want. I don't deny. We always say that Baba is the most influential person in Africa. I agree. If Baba is the most influential person in Africa, why has it to be seen with Ruto in the name of they are looking for this AU seat? Na kuna kitu niliuliza hapa na watu wamekataa kujibu hapa. Hii maneno ya AU seat ilitoka wapi? Because Baba had nothing to do with the AU. Hii ni kitu ililetwa kwake dhuru Moshene na yeye akachukulia, and then ndio mimi kukuja kutuambia hapa ati tulijaribu kila kitu tukashindwa. It is a lie. Hatukushindwa. You know, even giving up is ngoja kidogo. Giving up is also part of allowing things to happen. Unajua saa zingine you might lose guard when you are winning tomorrow. The truth of the matter is Baba lost guard when he was winning, and we know that. We had so many wins that hawa watu wakuwa nendo wapi, things and destabilized. But because we were short-sighted, ama there are things which happened behind the curtain zile hatujui, we gave this guy a leverage. So what there is Azimio gave Ruto a leverage. Lakini usiniambie tulishindwa. We have never lost on anything. Huyu jamaa tulikuwa tumemshika kila pahali, he was not moving, things were not working. To the extent, I think even Azimio decided even to donate some advisors to him. There are some actually people from Azimio who are working in UDA government. That is one thing which I can confirm here. And that is where we lost the guard and we lost our people. And that is not how you can win a government. You don't win government by lowering yourself or by saying I'm going to negotiate. I'm that person who comes from the school of thought, whereby I believe you don't interact with the enemy. Put boundaries. There is what you are pushing for. There is what your enemy is pushing for. For your information, UDA manifesto and Azimio manifestos they were two things opposite of each other. So you cannot tell me that now Azimio has decided their manifesto can be implemented by UDA. It cannot. It is just a surrender. We just decided to surrender. But we are not going to fight as Azimio. We are ready to fight with the people who are not going to give up. And Mother Karua is one of those people who are not giving up. Lala, ngojea kidogo nimalize. Ngojea kidogo. We have to put these things. Mumezoea kupea watu dhurupa mbaya sana. And we cannot win with this character. That is why you people, you cannot win with this character. We need strong people. People who do not win.
You failed to get my point. You did not get my point. Listen. Listen kusikiza vizuri.
Point yako nitapata kesho. Point yako nitapata kesho.
Sikiza kwanza. Njiru, listen. I have not disputed the fact that we made a mistake.
But
sikiza kwanza, sikiza, learn to listen.
Okay.
I did not dispute that we have lost. And I did not say we have lost. I said this. The way ya maandamano,
we did not mishandle maandamano.
Sikiza kwanza. The way ya maandamano, we could not push it that way because we were divided.
We were not divided.
Listen kwanza bwana. You were divided. That is why ulipata watu.
Order everybody. I think now we are going out of the debate. We are talking about Mandamano. We are going back to whoever did what. I think we all healed, or we didn't heal. Let's let it go. Whatever happened in Mandamano, or whatever happened in Oki. Even Baba calling him His Excellency. Watuache hiyo debate sasa, kwa sababu hata Baba juzi alipigwa picha.
I think Domi should be given Chalmama, Julia.
Just give me a minute, Lala. Give me a minute, Lala. We are supposed to wind up this show. So I'm just saying, whatever happened, if Baba decides to call Ruto His Excellency, that's his choice. Baba even was taking pictures with Ruto. So whatever is happening now, I think is beyond our control, all of us here, and everybody's entitled to their own view. So my take is let's give our closing remarks on the, let's stick to what, if we give our closing remarks, let's stick to the Ogolla thing with our closing remarks. When if you want to drag Baba there, but drag him to the Ogolla thing, but take the shortest time possible so that we don't argue back and forth. Okay, so I want to go, allow me to go to Domi. Domi is one who was speaking. And then I'll go to King Solomon. And then I'll go to Lala. Then I think I'll go to Njiru. Then Matu. Then we'll close. So, Domi, can you, in your own way, 3 minutes or so, give your closing remarks, just analyze the situation, whichever way. I don't want to limit you, but whichever point you want to bring forth, it's okay. I don't want to limit your thinking. So, Karibu Domi.
Okay, I'll not take 3 minutes. I just take 1 minute because kwa ajili tuko wengi. Now, what I'll say is, to me, I think kijana alitu let down. And I think, let me say, I thank God because at least Oburu Odinga came to correct him. That is, baba yake alikuwa, he should not think that it's just the family. Ni wenye huyo mzee. The whole nation is grieving the death of that mzee. But I thank God at least Oburu put things in order. I've not heard what Baba said. I think at this point, Baba mambo yake siskizi sana. To me, it's like we have a better focus than focusing on Baba at this point. Thank you.
Asante. Thank you, King Solomon.
Thank you, moderator. Mine is just to emphasize our leaders' calls, where we are saying, can we have a thorough investigation? Let's understand these bizarre accidents that are happening in our country, to the point where we have to lose our CDF, Chief of Defense Forces, in such a tragic manner. So let's have a very, very thorough investigation and let everything be put bare to the public. Secondly, we also insisting, just like our leaders are insisting, those who survived, can they be protected? Because they are very critical witnesses to the truth. We don't want to hear they also perished during treatment. Those who survive, let them be protected. We need them to be given security. Last but not least, there are questions we need to ask ourselves as Kenyans. Who issues directives to the Chief of Defense Forces? How many bosses does he have? What directive was he following to go and say, do what he was doing? The rounds he was doing in West Pokot, checking up on schools vandalized by bandits. Is that really the level of a general? Who gave him that directive? So we are asking ourselves, how is the protocol? How is the protocol from the presidency to the smallest civilian? So that we understand who is this who gives us CDF directives other than the president? Because that's where we need to know. Because for me, I don't believe that Mr. Ruto told General Ogolla to go and inspect schools in West Pokot. I doubt. So we want to say, who issues directives to our army other than the president? Because if there are other forces at play, then we have to know. On the conclusion, is to say that we are going to mourn General Ogolla for as long as our hearts can allow, because we have lost a gallant son of this soil. We've lost a beautiful gentleman, a Luo gentleman, a Kenyan, somebody whom probably, if this was not a natural way of him to get out of this life, would have given us more value in our defense forces and would have been a much more secure and stable country. But as it is now, tumeangushwa nyadhi. Kenya tumeangusha nyadhi yetu chini kama hii kitu ilikuwa fall. And I will stop there. Thank you, Madam Moderator. And to the rest of the panelists, have a good one.
Thank you so much. Lala?
Well, in my closing, I think for me, my condolences still go to the family of all those who have lost their loved ones in this tragic accident. I spent time yesterday. I looked for two people. One of them extensively worked with HUH-1. That is the plane, the type of helicopter that went down. This is a retired military man that knew the plane very well. And I explained to him what had happened. And yes, he mentioned that there's some limitation with the plane. Of course, the US do not use it anymore. But there are limitations because it's an older military and it had some challenges which now they don't use them for those reasons. They basically now use the Hawks, the Black Hawks and other Apache and the rest. They don't use, the US stopped using them some time back. But Bell Company, basically that manufactured this plane, is still in operation. Tomorrow, I will start calling Bell Company to make sure that they're engaged in this investigation. Because when things happen in Africa, they may not do a thorough job they're supposed to do. I will. What these soldiers told me is that those planes are very reliable, except they are not very good. They were knocked down quite a bit in Vietnam. But in terms of what happened, they don't understand unless something happened to those particular planes, particular helicopters. And so there are a lot of questions that I have in my mind. And based on the way things have been happening, on the first day, I may have thought could have been an accident. But the more the information is coming out, the more I'm now convinced that there was a foul play. I would call it almost assassination. And so I need to be convinced that it was not. So the investigation should convince me that it was not. At this moment, I think there are some hands behind the death of our great General Ogolla. And so to the family, please allow for the investigation. Because if you don't, it will haunt you for a long, long, long time. I think, let's all listen to Oburu Odinga. Oburu stated clearly that he was part of the Ouko investigation. He was in parliament that time. And he stated clearly that they had difficulty with the family. The family wanted things to be covered, this over. The government was able to basically convince them, to stop all this investigation. And I think Oburu was implying that there may be the hand of the government in trying to convince this young man to let things go. I pray that they will not, that they will look at this government for what is done. Right now, we have, I think, almost 70 people that died during Mandamano. Nothing has been done. And so when Ruto claim or talked or promises, that nothing shall be left unturned, we cannot trust him. The region does not trust him. And so to the family, allow for the investigation. It's good for you and for all of us. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you so much, Lala. And Jiru?
Yeah, thank you. If we go in the trajectory where which some of our leaders want us to go, we will lose this war for a long time, and that is why some of us strong-minded people we stand even to disagree with our leaders when we see them they are making broad and abrupt mistakes. 2027 we are not going to lose, and we cannot launch a campaign whereby we are declaring that we have already lost. So in 2027 we need strong-minded character, people who do not heave and the people who do not give up easily. We don't want cowards any longer. We don't want people who surrender when it is actually the time to make the most important decision for a group of people. We cannot go in that trajectory. The trajectory which we have to go in 2027 is a trajectory of boldness, resilience, and character. We already know Mr. Ruto has detonated himself. Things are not working. We cannot follow a script. Neither can we say that he has consolidated power. Neither can we say that he is immortal. But we have to start talking of strong personalities, of people who do not give up easily. When Azimio people are busy lumbering this guy, I feel so bad, because we have a way in which people respond. And let's stop washing things here and saying that because of this, I don't want us to be handling things on two sides. So Bwana Lala, on that I disagree. Sometimes when I hear your presentation, on this it was this, and then on this it can be this way. I don't think politics operates that way. Politics has definite points. You have either to play hot or cold, but you cannot be lukewarm. That is the consciousness of politics. And if we start continuing this way, everybody is endangered. Now the general is down. The general has gone down. Much of our reputation has gone down. However, it happened. You even analyze, even the Kenya military ranking will go down by that. I was always hearing that Kenya usually has one of the best military in the world, which I disagree. Not in the world, like in Africa, in the world we are nowhere. But I have started to dispute the capability of the Kenyan military. For your information, Kenyan military has never been tested. And these are the things which I want to say here. No wonder they cannot help us to build a country. Kenyan military has not been tested. The only places where they have been tested is only with Al-Shabaab. We have never formed a formidable combat for anything. So on that foray, we don't know what Kenyan military can do. We don't know. But from my point of observation, I don't think Kenyan military can do much. I think we rely on this big name which I don't know hata tulitoa wapi, but kama kuna mtu akona information anaweza niambia where Kenyan military has ever done serious work. Forget about peacekeeping missions where you are mobilized as an encompassing mission. So, but I don't think Kenyan military is one of the best in the world. I need to see a script whereby it tells me that. So this idea whereby we just come here na saa zingine unasikia tu mtu akisema we have one of the best military in the world. Forget about the rankings which you are given by the media, where you have not been tested anywhere. We know countries which have gone to combat. At least the US has been in military combat. So when they are being ranked, you can see sometimes you can see them trying to help Israel and what they are doing. You can see what the Russian military does, Ukraine. You can see what maybe Afghans and Iranians have done. Even when they are being ranked, you can understand. But this idea of Kenyan military being ranked, I don't think I know it is that ego which Kenyans want, but we are nowhere. Lastly,
you.
okay,
Time.
wacha tu niweke tu point moja Juria tu. Lastly, I wanted to say, please, let's not buy everything that the government says. Governments are always wrong. Government uses media, and if you are fond of listening to media and listening to the government, you will end up buying more propaganda than reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jiru. As I go to hand off to Kenya with love to wind up, my take is I found the way the government invaded the general's funeral at their home as very disrespectful. And I don't know, I'll repeat again, I don't know what that small little girl was doing, saying that she's representing the youth. And that is an insult on General Ogolla and his family and the Luo community. Now, I've been thinking about Kenyans, and I think Matu has said this several times here, and I think this may sound outrageous. I think it's high time we go secession. I'm just done. So that the Luo protect their people. I don't know, Domis sijui kama wewe utakuwa Nyanza, hata kama utakuwa Western. Hata ukitaka tu tafute bibi Mount Kenya ni sawa tu. Tutakubali tu. Because why am I saying this? So that we have proper people, men and women.
Wasichana wa Mount Kenya ni wengi.
Oh, ni wengi. Nyinyi mmebahatika. It is high time we just find people who can stand for us. I'm just tired. When I saw Mother speak today, I thought she should be the president of Kenya, the president of the Republic of Kenya. But because people here will say, atutaki Wakikuyu sijui mara ngapi, then I think we should have a Mount Kenya country. Na tufungue poti yetu huko Lamu. Tuwe tunatokea Isiolo, tunaenda mpaka Garissa, tunatumia. There's a port in Lamu. Leo nimefanya hiyo hesabu sana. There's a port in Lamu that is very close to Upper Eastern.
Na Kenyan with love wale wanataka Ruto yao tuwaachie. Kenyan with love wacha kubali yao.
And then we can have Kalonzo. Kalonzo, by the way, Kalonzo, hata kama akuangi kimbelembele, let me tell you, Kalonzo is a typical of Kibaki presidency. He may not be kimbelembele, but he may not commit crimes against Kenyans. At least hajatajwa, unless tunamtafutia na kumwonea. Kibaki was not equally tough, but people liked him in the end. So that we have our Nyanza people and our Eastern people protecting their own people. Tukue na Eastern, na Lower Eastern. Na pwani wakisataka kusisi Kenya ni sawa tu. We'll be negotiating with them on how to take our things to the port. We will not be enemies. So that we leave the cattle rustlers to do their cattle rustling and kill their own people. I am tired and fed up. I'm not being tribalist, but I'm just saying I am tired and fed up. I felt very bad when I saw those people in the Ogola's funeral, and even at wanaleta kasichana sijui kaongere juu ya nani. Those people have a family, they have a clan. If they said only 50 people, I think their clan is bigger than 50 people. So the government should have finished their thing, pale kwa Waja, and if anybody would have gone into the home, maybe the soldiers, because this was a military man. And then the rest of us would have stayed outside and go back home, not kwenda pokulwa disrespect. And finally, I want to say I didn't get this Duare speech. Domi, sijui kama matuko na hiyo Duare speech before you close, you play for us. I didn't get Duare speech, but when Ruto started dragging us to Rivayala, he was trying to justify, hata kama nimeua huyu, you know, what's a big deal? People are thrown into Rivayala. Me, that is how I took it. All he was trying to make us forget, and he needs to know that Kenyans are not idiots. The guilty speak very loud. We could see it. He didn't have to say that. I don't know whether it's Lala who have said this. He didn't have to yap and yap and yap. He didn't have to yap. He could just have said, like, mother, I give my condolences to the bereaved family. That was good enough. So that's my take. Mato kama uko na hiyo clip unaweza tuchezea. PK, we are closing. We are 5 hours. I know you're supposed to go to 6. But we don't have. Are you coming or are you not coming here? What are you doing there in the comment section? Matu, ebu ongea na PK. Endelea na ukiongea na PK anauliza maswali hapo. Asanteni.
Sijamuona huko, wewe muongeleshe because unajua nilikuwa nimejiset na the closing nini, si unajua venye tunafanyanga hiyo on the other side.
I
But
see him. PK, come in if you want to say something. You hata when boss up as he boss when moderator, come here and say what you want to say because okay, you are coming shortly because Mato Domi King Solomon Lala, I don't know, I was so mad today. I was so hurting. Huwezi hata kama Domi, I'm suspecting you. If you know I'm suspecting you for doing something against me, then kanyanga pole pole, sivyo, until you get things sorted out, you know, until you are able to convince me. Domi, you can unmute, hakuna shida. Until you are able to convince me that Julia, sio mimi nilikosea na sikuwa na hiyo nia, unaona. Lakini kuja kwa boma yangu ni kama kunikosea, hiyo ni madharau, nakwambia, hiyo ni madharau kubwa kabisa. And then you bring your daughter as if I don't have daughters. My daughters cannot speak. I have my nieces who can speak on their behalf, right? Why you think your daughter is the only girl in this country? Is the only omena in the pot? We have beautiful daughters. Does he want us to parade our daughters here that could also speak and they speak good English? And they don't speak like me. They speak Queens and American English. Come on.
sis Julia, nimeiona niko na hiyo nini ya dual, lakini it's 14 minutes. I don't know mlikuwa mnataka wapi, sijui kama ni kate
Penye
mali.
alisema, sijui alisema nini. People are saying that he said something. Yani PK hauna link. Come on PK,
Okay,
where are you?
sijui. I mean, I don't know where to. It's a long one. I'm watching it right now, lakini sasa sijui ni wapi mlikuwa mnataka kuona.
Sawa, maybe. Don't you want to say something as he looks for it? Go ahead.
Okay, Duale, you know, he said that, okay, you know what Raila said? Raila had said that Nani Ogolla was not, mambo ya kusaidia ati kuzuia ushindi ya Ruto, he was not part of it. Then Duale wakati alikuwa anaongea alisema mimi nimekuja mimi na second what Raila said. And there are so many communication. He presented several communications that they had personally with Ogolla, and trying to prevent Ruto's victory was not part of it. So it's like he was telling Ruto, bana, tafadhali, wakati ya matanga wacha kuongea. There are some things don't bring here. According to ukisikiza the whole thing, he was trying to tell Ruto these things about who was preventing your victory. I can't locate it anywhere with Ogolla. That's the explanation he was trying to bring out. Okay, you'll hear the video. But clearly, Ruto, to be honest, according to me, he misbehaved in that meeting. You don't just go talk whatever that you want to talk in a funeral. People are hurting, and in fact, people are pointing finger at you. At that point, even don't try to justify yourself because nobody will believe you. So just, if I was Ruto, just make your speech. In fact, make it very short and go.
Okay, Julia, Chair, what's the way forward? Am I on? Madam
Yeah, we
Chair,
can hear you. We can hear.
I have to get the permission. Madam Chair, is it my time? Okay, I don't know what has happened to Julia. Maybe she woke up. Ameamka kidogo. I can see nani ya Coco, but it's Madam Chair that. Let me just take. Niongea hapo hivyo. Stone nani akirudi. Let me. I don't know. Julia. All right. So Stone is around. But mimi kwa kufunga, I wanted to say nikataka tu kusema vitu kidogo sana. I am still mesmerized because the army should not be dealing with internal issues. The fact that this guy was going to sijui kufungua mashule inside the country, I don't think that's their job. Nilisema wacha kwanza nishikilie kitu mpaka mwisho. Because according to our constitution, the army military is supposed to take care of the borders. Even when Uhuru made the military to take care of Nairobi, that was unconstitutional because they're supposed to do the borders, not the internal. Internal has its own way to do its own internal things. I personally, nimesema kitu tena. I have dealt with aircrafts my whole life because actually I wanted to be a flight engineer. That did not work, but at least I did schooling with that. I actually understand the flights and what it does. And I can here tell you, as someone mwenye nilikuwa kwa Boeing 787, we flew 1.5 hours until we were turned back just because of what? The water was not going into the lavatories. A flight is not an easy thing to just ianguke. There's so many issues, so many measures zenye zinakuwa zimefanywa kwa ndege. The testing na kila kitu. It just don't fall. That's why it's called the safest means of transport in the whole world. Be it Kenya, be it anywhere. We knew the Saitoti thing. We saw it. We didn't know it at that time, but at least, some of us started asking questions. And yes, it became foul play. And this will also become foul play. And something that people do not understand. Ukisikia kina Oburu Odinga talking about the kina Ouko, kina Tomboya, is this guys actually, they know these things. When it happened, no one was talking about it's a foul play. Until years after is when people started knowing that this was foul play. Kuna wale walijua at that time, kuna hakusikika, like Oburu na kina nani walikuwa kisema na kina Orengo. Look, hii kitu familia kwanza already washaya kwa box. This guy already pia ashaambiwa nitakufanyia hivi. That's why for him his father's death is nothing to him. When you talk to him, ukimsikia na say huyu ni nani? Like he talks like it's nothing to him. Just non empathy. And the government will always cover its buttocks. How do they cover that? First of all, go talk to the kid, where to make hivi, and that's why he's talking to the military like anybody has never spoken to the military. Like he has any, ni kama ye ni mkuu wa marejeshi. Who is he? We've never known him. So I'm just telling guys, this is bigger than what we're looking at. Hii kitu ya Duale, I have the video here, but it's so long, I can't play the whole thing because it's like 14 minutes. And I don't know where my Madam Chair has gone. We were closing and I can see Pike amekuja, Nani Njiro anarudi, but we are past our time. Tumepitisha kabisa. We are at least 5 hours, 14 minutes. I need to close this. So Mwenye napatia time saizi, Madam Chair, kama uko tafadhali 1 minute. I don't know where you disappeared.
Mato bro, si ufungue ya pili wewe.
Utashikilia.
Kama watu wanataka kuongea, I'm like 15 minutes away from home. If people want to talk, if people want to moan, we can do that. I can be able to help. But you give me some either 10 minutes nifike home. Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what do you guys think? Let's vote. Let's vote for another one. King Solomon, you haven't spoken for a long time. What do you want? Tuende ingine? Unmute, sir.
We can do another one. Yeah, we can do. Yeah.
Are you going to come in?
Yeah.
All right, Lala. It's a vote. Lala.
I'll come in shortly, yes.
Okay. NJ, Njiru. Tuende kwingine.
Unasemaje? Sema.
Tuende kwingine. Stone PK has brought a vote here. We open another one and then atashikilia in the next 15 minutes.
Tunaweza fungua ingine hata tuende safari rally huko. Naona Stone PK yako safari rally.
Wewe nilijua tu utavote hivyo. Na Julia, are you still around my dear?
Wacha tukuje tuongee story ya 2027
All right, Bas. I'm gonna open another one here in a minute. Tafadhali watch the angalieni the nini. Nitaweka hapo hivyo mwingie because me I'm about to go na ngoja Stone PK akuje. He will be the person hosting the next one in 15 minutes, but I'll open it as soon as I can. And then tafadhali mwingie, msiniache huko nifanye monologue when I'm trying to wait for it. I really do appreciate everybody that has been with us. This is called Sound Candid Talk. This is where we have a conversation, and because why? We need to have these conversations. If we don't have a conversation, guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna start fighting. We don't want to fight, but we want to talk and have a good time, express ourselves, because even the mainstream media listens to us. Thank you, subscribe, and soon we'll be on the other side. The 153 people watching us, we really do appreciate you. Tuhame hiyo pande ingine, mtatuona tu. Tafadhali, just look at what is going live. I want to appreciate PGR. Asante sana. John MBWS, sitaki kusema hiyo jina. Thank you, John. Thank you, Sema. Asante sana. Ani, asante sana. Peter Kiura, huo ni Stone PK, asante sana. Tunakuona, kumbe ulikuwa unatuingilia huko chini tu. Joy Ombesa, asante sana. We really appreciate you guys. Asanteni sana. Eric Owen, kama kawaida, I second too. Wameanza kuvote hata kwa comment section, wanasema tuende the other side. Eric Owen ndo amebeba hiyo vote. Jiru, ala, unacheza juu, unacheza chini. Resilient. Thank you.
Unatakaje?
So, we are moving to the other one. I'll be setting up a feed on the next one. Stone PK is about to get home, so yeye atakuwa anachukua nitaanzisha, lakini Stone PK ndo atakuja achukue the mantle on that one. So situpatane hapo pengine ama Njiru,
gonga ring hapa niingie direct. Mimi hata sitaki tukone kutafuta, nataka tu niruke tu.
Okay, wacha basi ni setup saizi
niruke tu.
Basi we malizi ama tuache Stone PK ajaongea because we still have a little bit. Wacha Stone aongee nikisetup.
Hapana, wacha niongee kwa hiyo ingine.
Okay.
Sitaki kumaliza nini hasira.
King Solomon, I'm a Lala, whoever wants to, as I set up this other one, while we're here ndio nieke link hapa ndio watu wasipotee.
Oh yeah, I could say something. Hey. Now, have you noticed nobody's talking about?
Hold on, Solomon. What I'm going to do, I'm going to leave momentarily and then come and close as you finish. Njiru.
Zinakuwaga hapo chini ya slide.
Njiru. Actually, King Solomon, as you do that, just take control of everything as I set up the other one, and then I'll come back and close this one. Sawa?
Okay. Thank you.
Sawa.
Asante sana. So I know Kenyans have gone through a bit of a roller coaster in the last 72 hours. On Thursday, by evening, most of us had not really gotten the picture, but it came out clearly when it was announced. So I believe we'll deal with this issue as you're mourning, but like we said, generals don't die. They keep living on. So let the general, his ideals, let them live in us as Kenyans. He was a man of good character, upward morals, and a very, very humble gentleman. There were enough sideshows in the last 72 hours, be it during, before, and after his interment. But what is important is to remember the man, the general, the man himself, because he's the one who has really brought Kenyans together because of his demise. Now, other things, of course, have to be talked about. Why you're having so many air accidents to the point of claiming our top general? That is a very, very fundamental question to be answered. And I believe if investigations are done in the right way, then we'll shed some light on the truth, and Kenyans will be able to, get closure. Because I believe what we want is closure, so that going forward, such occurrences do not arise again or do not become a norm. I don't want to talk politics in this particular stream. I know we are opening another one in 10 minutes, so we can do the other kinds of politics we talk. But this one was really dedicated to the general himself, understanding why some of our communities within Kenya feel like they've been losing their prominent sons and daughters in very precarious ways. And it's a very honest question to ask. Why do our people die like this? I stand with the Luos. I stand with those people because it's sad when you lose your best. It's sad when you lose the cream of your community. It's very sad because you can't just replace such a man like that. No, it can't happen. So I feel it for them when they say we need questions, we need justice, and may the best justice be brought to them. All Kenyans should feel part of this. Maybe for those in the panel, I see Njiro. Njiro, you have something to add before they link?
Nilikuwa nikitaka kukuuliza, unajua saa zingine mimi I like understanding things. When you are saying, unajua saa zingine, this is my point of understanding, unajua hata kama saa zingine
shoot the question straight, Njiro. Just
I'm shooting. When you say generals do not die, ngoja kidogo. When you say generals do not die, what do you mean? Huyu jamaa yuko kwa jeneza?
I thought you're a well-read man. When I say something, you understand.
No. Hapo umenichanganya bwana. That guy is dead.
No. Ask me that on the side chat. I can explain to you. But if you've been reading books, if you've been listening to folklore, generals never die. They don't.
Maybe what they did, their work, their philosophy. We can say that.
Jiro, please. Jiro, in America, just learn some things, please. Just learn. Stop displaying ignorance.
No, that is not ignorance. That is very potent. That's a very potent issue. I've asked you.
Are looking for a point of.
You know, I've learned to question everything. Me, I don't accept things from the blanket sheet.
I just want us to understand each other. That's all.
Okay, can we now wind up, guys? Stone PK are jumping the Garafa can jump out.
No, we are coming in the second link in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
We were waiting for Kenyan with Love to set it up. Then Stone PK will come in.
Oh,
all of us will come in.
Anakuja kuwapea link, eh?
Yeah. So we're just waiting for him to drop the link. Join that one. Yeah.
So
that we can separate the issues of General Ogolla, the issues of the justice you're talking about on this link. The other link, maybe we can talk about other things that Njiro wants to bring up.
Yeah, so now you can, Njiro, what were you saying? You can continue with King Solomon arguing.
Not on this one, on the next one.
So you don't want to argue on this one?
No, on this one ni heshima ya General Ogolla. Hii ilikuwa tu mambo ya hiyo General Ogolla. The justice, the topic today.
So okay, that's fine. So is that the new link, Kenyan with Love?
Yes, that's the new link. That's where we are heading to.
So then you can now wind up this one ceremoniously and acknowledge in the comment section.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, asanteni sana everybody. Eric Owen, asanteni sana. Due diligence, tupatane huko kwingine. The link is out there. Kila mtu tumeenda, tupatane huko kwingine. That's the new one. Mary Wanaina, hey, ma'am, you have to come in because this one you have to actually talk about. This is a time that we have to talk about because these are the things that we have been dealing with. PGR. Nimekuona hapa for a long time, umekuwa hapa kabisa. Tupatane huko kwingine. Asanteni sana, nakubali na nashukuru kila mtu. Stone PK, twende huko kwingine, nishaeka link. Everybody follow that link. That's where we're gonna be. Tunaenda kuongea. Watu watake kumaliza kuongea leo, wanataka kuzidi kuongea because this is our country and we have to talk about it. Mpende msipende, tutaiongelelea. Liwe liwalo. Lazima tuongee country yetu. This is our country. Thank you, Julia. Yes, that's where we're going. Tupatane huko kwingine. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for everything that you've been doing. Like, share, na tupatane huku. Hapa ndio tunaongeaga. Mainstream media will never help us because you cannot be there with Sifuna takukanyaga. Hapa ndio tunakanyagana sasa. Thank you, everybody. This is called Sound Candy Talk. It's been a good time. Let's meet on the other side. Link iko hapo. Anzeni kuingia huko. Comment section, najua nyinyi wakali. Endeni mkaanze kuzua huko tukikuja. Julia, thank you so much, mama. Stone PK, King Solomon, kila mtu mwenye amekuwa hapa. Tupatane hapo mbele. Tuendeni huko. Asanteni. God bless you. God bless Kenya. Asanteni.
Sound Candy Talk sasa imeboreshwa zaidi. Kila siku ya wiki asubuhi tunapambazuka na maabudu na sifa kwenye kipindi cha. Baadaye tunakuletea mahojiano ya moja kwa moja kwenye one-on-one show.
Kwanza nianze kwa mtazamo kwamba umeona vile hali ilivyo.
The age that we are living in, so many things are happening.
Alafu nakuletea taarifa zinavyojipuka siku hiyo zikiwa ange kwenye In the News Headlines. Kisha tunaingia bungeni kutazama wabunge na kusikiliza tuliowaleta kupeleka bungeni iwapo iko imara.
Mr. Speaker,
they should not be given an opportunity to be in those committees.
Who told the people to close the business? Kisha baadaye usiku kuinaangana kwenye udadavusi kamili. Open Forum Political Show.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show.
Tujue tumepata the right person.
In churches, in funerals, come up and say, oh, it's our turn.
Sasa, Sound Candy Check imekamilika.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu, lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya Mwananchi, 2 yako na 5 yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi
kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Oh,